Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. We're back again with a great program. Today, we're going to be actually talking with Professor Gabriel Oyibo. You hear me talk so much about him. Traveled all over Nigeria with him for peer review, where mathematicians and physicists from all over the world were invited. And we did 18 lectures. And when those lectures were over, we had covered the Nigerian university system, and the only person left standing was Professor Oyibo when the dust settled. He had answered all the questions, and he did it so well. Now, let me say this. There were mathematicians from Cambridge University and the persons of Dr. Ya Abubakar, who has his paper for his PhD is one of the most cited papers to come out of Cambridge University, cited more than any other. And then there was from Cambridge University, another PhD in mathematics was Alex Anamalu. Now, unless you are saying that because a person is black, then his mathematical accomets and his achievements in mathematics and areas of science don't measure up to white folk, because these brothers were able to, they were working on the unified field theory equation themselves. And when they reviewed Professor Oyibo's work, they were satisfied that he had indeed came up with the equation for the unified field theory. Now, John Glover, who is Professor Oyibo's assistant, is going to introduce Professor Oyibo and go over some of the many achievements and the recognition that he has gotten around the world. So, John, I'm going to ask you if you will introduce Professor and go over the salient elements that people should know about him and the people who has tested to the work he has done.
GOGUT greetings. I say GOGUT greetings is our way we greet people here at the Reframing Institute of Technology. My name is John Glover, and on this date of October 19th, 2021, I'm here to share with you all the God order. The God order is God has ordained a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity infallibly, where eta sub n, first revealed by God to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, it is the infallible formula for intelligence, given by eta sub n equals g sub nj times x sub j to the n plus 1 power. And n measures the level of intelligence. God has defined that n for Professor Gabriel Oyibo to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity infallibly. Since black people share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo, God has ordained the black race as the most intelligent race, as well as the most richest race, the most powerful race, and therefore we are the chosen race. The black people are the chosen race, not the Jewish people, the black people. Upon this God order, which was revealed in 1990, there have been several surrenders from Jim Crow, which is a term we use to represent non-blacks for Europeans, but also non-blacks in general. We have surrenders from Jim Crow in all levels in all aspects of life. For example, on your screen, you'll be seeing a particular piece by Göttingen University. I hope you all can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. The Gauss year 2005 is a celebration that took place in the year 2005 at Göttingen University. Göttingen University, prior to the Reframing Institute of Technology, was the headquarters of intelligence in the European system or European world or Jim Crow world. One of the reasons why they could lay claim to that was because they had, as their department head of mathematics at a time, they had Professor Johann Carl Friedrich Gauss as the head of the mathematics department. Now, who is Gauss, you ask? Well, let's take a look.
Okay, John, I can't hear you.
No, I'm getting it up. I'm sorry, just 1 second. Do you all see the Wikipedia page in front of you?
No.
You don't?
No. What's? Let me see. Let me go back to. Hold on a minute, John. Sorry about that. No, I don't see it in front of me. Go ahead and read it.
It's important that everyone sees it so we can present.
Okay, it's back up. All right.
That's Carl Friedrich Gauss, and it reads as follows. Johann Carl Friedrich Gauss, born on April 30th, 1777, transformed on February 23rd, 1855. He was a German mathematician and physicist who made significant contributions to many fields in mathematics and science. This is the part that's important, however. Sometimes referred to as the Princeps Mathemacorum. This is Latin for the foremost of mathematicians and the greatest mathematician since antiquity. Gauss has had an exceptional influence in many fields of mathematics and science, and is ranked among history's most influential mathematicians. So you have from Wikipedia's page, Gauss has been labeled as the greatest mathematician since antiquity and one of the most ranked among history's most influential mathematicians, which he is number one in the European system. So they had, and he was at Göttingen University as the head of the mathematics department in the 1800s. So in 2005, they celebrated Gauss's 150th anniversary. As you know, he transformed in 1855. They celebrated in the year 2005, 150 years later, Gauss.
To come on. Go ahead, John.
Yes. So they celebrated Gauss. And what they did in this celebration is the following. In the Gauss year 2005, they selected the greatest mathematics works to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. You understand?
Yes.
In this work, what you have to understand is the following. In the year 2005, they selected the greatest mathematics works to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, or from all over the world. However, what is very important, and this is what you need to see, is that I hope you can see the Gaussian 2005 page on your sheet, on your screen.
Yes.
GOGUT was selected as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, as you can see on the top of the Gauss year 2005 list. You all see Gabriel Oyibo, Grand Unified Theorem.
Right.
Okay. You must understand it because that work is listed as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. You do have to also understand and realize the company in which Professor Oyibo keeps. In other words, who could have been in the number one position to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss? If you go below to the NR19 or week 19, which is 7 places below where the GOGUT's listing, you'll see the names Sir Michael Atiyah and Daniel Iagonitzer, and the title of their work is Field Medalist, as in plural, lecturers. Who is Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, you ask? Well, let's take a look.
I say maybe.
Do you all see the Sir page of Michael Atiyah?
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, we can see that.
Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, born on April 22nd, 1929, transformed on January 11th, 2019. He was a British Lebanese mathematician specializing in geometry. Atiyah grew up in Sudan and Egypt, but spent most of his academic life in the United Kingdom at the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge, or Cambridge University. He also spent time in the United States at the Institute for Advanced Study. He was the president of the Royal Society from 1990 to 1995, founding director of the Isaac Newton Institute from 1990 to 1996, and the master of Trinity College from Cambridge University in 1990 to 1997. So what they're telling you here is Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, he was an exceptional mathematician in geometry and so forth, but he is also a successor to another famous European mathematician, and that is the mathematician by the name of Do you all see the page in front of you?
Yes.
This is the page on Sir Professor Isaac Newton, who is Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah is a successor to. Sir Professor Isaac Newton, born December 25th, 1642, transformed on March 20th, 1727. He was an English mathematician, physicist, astronomer, theologian, and author, described in his time as a, quote, natural philosopher, who is widely recognized as one of the greatest mathematicians, physicists, and most influential scientists of all time. So what they just told you right there is Newton is considered to be one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. He makes up the top 3 European mathematicians in European society, where there's Gauss, who is number 1, there's Newton, and there's another individual we'll get into by the name of Euler. But what's important to understand is Newton is recognized to be one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. And Professor Atiyah, or Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Do you all see that? Do you understand?
Yes, John. Go ahead.
So he could have easily been placed as a number 1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss due to his being a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton, recognized as one of the top 3 greatest mathematicians of all time in the European system, and before GOGUT, of course. But then there's also something else. If you remember the work of Atiyah, it had the work that said Field Medalist Lectures. So the question that's probably coming across the audience now is, what is the Fields Medal? What is it? Well, let's take a look. Do you all see the page in front of you?
Yes.
The Field Medal is a prize awarded to 2, 3, or 4 mathematicians under 40 years of age at the International Congress of the International Mathematical Union, or IMU, a meeting that takes place every 4 years. But this is the part that's the most important. The Fields Medal is regarded as one of the highest honors a mathematician can receive, and has been described as the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. So the Field Medal is an award that's basically equivalent to Nobel Prize, specifically for the field of mathematics. You understand?
Yep.
You also see below, if it goes to the list of the Field medalists, it starts from the year 1936 when the award was incepted in the year 1936. You see the winners and medalists and all that. If you scroll down, you will see here in the year 1966 the work by Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, being a winner of the field medal. Do you all see Michael Atiyah's name listed as one of the winners of the field medal?
Yes.
Okay.
Moscow.
Yes, that's correct.
Russia. Mm-hmm.
But if you go down further,
Mm-hmm. John, let me say this while you're strolling down.
I'm almost ready. I'm just giving you a sense of the names. I'm trying to get you to understand the names and the number of winners they are before the 2005 Gaussian 2005 celebration. So we're at 1994, then 1998 is coming up. And the last award that was given before the 2005 Gaussian 2005 celebration is 2002, which there are two names. So what you've just gone from 1936 up until 2002, there are 44 field medalists, including Atiyah. That's equivalent to 44 Nobel Prizes in mathematics. That work of Atiyah's, which is field medalist, is plural, lectures, contains all of the field medalists. So Göttingen could have easily placed Atiyah, who was not only a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton, but also a field medalist, and his work entitled Field Medalist Lectures, it contained all 44 Nobel Prize Award equivalents or field medalists, which you just saw the list of it as I scrolled down towards. There were 44 works, including Atiyah, selected as the field medalist. Any one of those works or any one of those points could have been the reason why they selected Atiyah as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Göttingen ranked the work of Atiyah and the 43 other field medals inferior to GOGUT. That is why they placed the work, instead of placing it in number one, they placed it as number 19, 7 places below where GOGUT is placed. You see the contrast.
Yes.
We are up here, GOGUT is up here, they are down here, 7 places below. Do you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Then this is what's important. Göttingen has now declared GOGUT as being worth more than 44 Nobel Prizes. Do you all understand?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We now move to NR23 or week 23, which has the name, two names there, which are both Russian, but the second name I want to focus on, which is Anatoly Timovich Fomenko. Do you all see Anatoly T. Fomenko? Do you see that?
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
So the question is, okay, who is Anatoly Timovich or Anatoly T. Fomenko? Well, let's take a look. Do you all see the screen in front of you?
Hold on 1 minute. Yes.
Anatoly Timovich Fomenko, born in March 13th, 1945 in Stalano, USSR. He was a Soviet and a current-day Russian mathematician. He's a professor at Moscow State University and well known as a topologist and a member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He is in the highest level of the highest echelon of the European Russian university system, like Harvard and MIT here in America and in Oxford, Cambridge in England. He's in the highest level in the university system in Russia. But also, he is also, and this is also very important to understand, he is a successor to another famous European mathematician. And that European mathematician is Professor Leonard Euler. Do you all see the page in front of you?
Yes, I can.
Professor Leonard Euler, born April 15th, 1707, transformed on September 18th, 1783. He was a German-Swiss mathematician, physicist, astronomer, geographer, logician, and engineer who founded the studies of graph theory and topology and made pioneering and influential discoveries in many branches of mathematics, such as analytic number theory, complex analysis, and infinitesimal calculus. He introduced much of the modern mathematical terminology and notation, including the notion of a mathematical function. He is also known for his work in mechanics, fluid dynamics, optics, astronomy, and music theory. Now, this is the part that you must pay attention very strongly. Euler is held to be one of the greatest mathematicians in history and the greatest of the 18th century. 18th century is obviously 1700 to 1799. And what's important is Euler comes in a period between Newton, who was basically 1600 and early 1700s, and then Gauss, who was late 1700s, early to mid 1800s. So Euler's in between them. But what you just said is that Euler is held to be one of the greatest mathematicians in history and the greatest of the 18th century. Skip this next sentence and go to the sentence afterwards, which has a testimony from Gauss himself. Carl Friedrich Gauss remarked, quote, "The study of Euler's works will remain the best school for the different fields of mathematics, and nothing else can replace it." So what this statement is testifying is to Gauss, although he's considered to be the superior mathematician, Gauss had a lot of respect for Euler. That's what the quote, "The study of Euler's works will remain the best school for the different fields of mathematics, and nothing else can replace it." That's what that quote is testifying to, in fact. You understand?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then if you go to the last sentence of that paragraph, it said he, talking about Euler, spent most of his academic or adult academic life in St. Petersburg, Russia, the same Russia which Fomenko is from. So Professor Fomenko being a successor to Euler, his work could have been placed as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, due to Gauss having a lot of respect for Euler, and Euler considered to be one of the greatest mathematician in history and the greatest of the 18th century. However, in spite of that appraisal and all that, Göttingen ranked the work of Fomenko inferior to GOGUT. That's why, if you're looking now at the list, and I hope you all can see the list in front of you. You all see the list in front of you of the Gauss year 2005?
Hold on. Hold on. Here we go.
Do you see the Gauss year 2005 list?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's why GOGUT was placed at number one, and the week Fomenko's work is placed 3 places below at week 23. NR meaning week. So did you understand?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that again establishes the company which we keep. We're now going to number 24, which is Professor David Hilbert, Knowledge and Mathematical Thinking. Well, who is Professor David Hilbert? Well, let's take a look.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all see the Wikipedia page of Professor David Hilbert on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Professor David Hilbert, born January 23rd, 1862, transformed on February 14th, 1943. He was a German mathematician and one of the most influential mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Now, if you look at the portrait to the right, I want you to scroll down in the bar on the right. Do you all see the portrait on the right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, you will notice first the institution that he's associated with. His institution that he's associated with is Göttingen University, or the University of Göttingen. Do you understand?
Yes.
He also holds the distinction of being a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, who also came from the Göttingen and also headed the mathematics department at Göttingen. Gauss, however, was a successor to, Hilbert was a successor to Gauss as the head of the mathematics department. So Gauss headed the mathematics department, and then afterwards, Hilbert headed the mathematics department. He also has another distinction. I'm talking about Hilbert, which is important, and that is the doctoral students. You see how many doctoral students or PhD students he had Hilbert had.
Mm-hmm.
Hilbert has the distinction of overseeing 69 PhDs in mathematics, the highest degree you can get in mathematics. And all of them are stars in the field of mathematics. That's why they're hyperlinked. If you all see, they're all hyperlinked in several pages. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Hilbert is considered to be the last of the great mathematicians. He comes from Göttingen University, the same Göttingen that's conducting the Gauss year 2005 celebration. And he is a successor to Gauss as the head of the mathematics department and has 69 PhDs in mathematics under his belt. And all of them became stars in the field of mathematics. This could have ranked Hilbert as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Since he comes from Göttingen, they would have every reason and right to label him as a number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Göttingen, very painfully, had to rank the work of their own son, Professor David Hilbert, inferior to GOGUT. That's why it's placed at week 24 as opposed to week 26, 2 places below where GOGUT is placed. You all see that?
Yeah.
So again, this establishes the company that Professor Gabriel Oyibo keeps. You understand that? The best European mathematicians failed to achieve the number one spot, which Professor Gabriel Oyibo, a black man, a GOGUTian, holds. You understand that?
Absolutely.
Excuse me. Dr. Allen Hand, we need for you to mute your mic.
Dr. Han?
I thought it was muted. Okay, it's
Okay,
muted.
before you mute your mic, Dr. Han, I want you to make a comment. Let me see if I can bring you up so that you can make a comment. Dr. Han is also working on his PhD in mathematics, and he's familiar with Professor Oyibo's work. Dr. Han, John is really going over the greatest mathematicians in the world as they have been listed. And Göttingen, which is one of the greatest universities, considered one of the greatest universities on the planet, selected Professor Oyibo to celebrate his work. Now, in terms of a university making a mistake and collecting the work of Professor Oyibo as the leading work to more or less celebrate their greatest mathematician, what does that really mean, Reverend Allen? Because we're taking so much time to go through all of these people who they place on the list, but they place Professor Oyibo above their greatest mathematicians. What does that say to our people? Because at this particular time, we as a people need to know that we have been called to leadership. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the DNA that that the Europeans themselves brought their scientists from all over the world to prove that they were the most intelligent. But what they proved was that black folks are the most intelligent people. So I want you just to clarify for people why we're taking this time to go over all of these great mathematicians. And Professor Oyibo is ranked above them, not by us, but by the greatest white mathematicians on the planet.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry. I thought I had muted my phone, but unfortunately, I must have hit it twice. My wife was watching TV, and that's why I muted my phone. The bottom line is that universities, I hate to say this, don't make mistakes. Okay, and when you are ranked against some of the best minds, the best educational minds in humanity, the process is intense yet thorough about trying to I say rank people, and for them to say that Dr. Gabriel Oyibo ranks #1 amongst those scholars says that all the ones that society considers the greatest, they're the ones that's backing him in that determination. So there's no question in anybody's mind, at least there should be no question in anybody's mind, that Dr. Oyibo is the greatest of the greatest in terms of scientific minds. If I think that Niebuhr, if I think that Euler, if I think that Newton, and etc., okay, right? You know, I enjoy these gentlemen, but if Dr. Oyibo have you know done stuff that they did not do, or they could not do, that tells you that Dr. Oyibo is, you know, his ranking is, it can't be challenged. No one can challenge that, because the best minds got together and say, we think that this is the gentleman. So that's my comment on it. That no one can gainsay anything that was done. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Praise God for that, Reverend.
John?
Yes.
We're coming back to you.
Yes. So now the question that we established the company that which Professor Oyibo keeps. Now the question is, okay, why did they select the work of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss to honor Professor Carl? Why did they select the work of Professor Gabriel Oyibo to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss in the Gauss year 2005? And before we go into that, I want you to call your attention to this Deutschmark. You all see this Deutschmark of it's a currency in Germany, but do you all see this image?
Yes.
The Germans made a likeness of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, which is his likeness on a 10 Deutschmark, a currency in Germany. Why did they do that? Because most of the time when you talk about currency, you either have it reserved for either politicians or monarchy. In other words, in monarchy, you're the king or queen, or if you're a politician, you're the president or high-ranking leader or respected leader, like Benjamin Franklin or something like that. But the whole point is, Gauss was neither. He was not he was not a politician. He was not a monarch. Why did the Germans put him on the currency? Germany and the Germans recognized Gauss as spearheading the reason why Germany is on the map of before GOGUT and before the Alphabet Institute of Technology. Göttingen University was made as the headquarters of intelligence before GOGUT. It was made the headquarters of intelligence because of what Gauss contributed to mathematics and physics and so forth. And also what's more important is they revere their heroes. Like I said, Gauss is not either a monarch or a politician, but they kept his likeness on the 10 Deutschmark to show their respect and reverence for Gauss because he put Germany in the map. I hope you all understand that.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Also, if you look to his left, to the left of the image, you see it's a little difficult to see, but you'll see a graph there. Do you all see this graph to the left of his image?
Yes. This
graph is a graph known in the fields of statistics. Statistics being a branch of mathematics, the graph is a contribution by Gauss to statistics, although not his most important contribution in mathematics, but important for this ranking, which is this curve that you see here, this graph, is known as a Gaussian distribution curve. It's more commonly known to as a bell curve. Bell curve is given its name by the shape of it being a bell, in terms of it goes up, reaches an absolute maximum at this point, and then goes down all the way. So it's like a bell. You understand?
Yeah.
The horizontal axis going from left to right would denote the number of weeks for the Gauss year 2005. Since there are 52 weeks in a year, you would start off with here the origin where the point that the horizontal axis and the vertical axis coincide or meet at the point. That's the origin. To the right of the origin, we start off with week 1. We go all the way then to the end of this graph, which is week 52. So that would be week 1 and week 52 would be the horizontal axis, the ranking of the weeks of the works in the Gauss year 2005. And like I said, there are 52 weeks in the year and 52 weeks in the Gauss year 2005. The curve is symmetric along it, in terms of the horizontal axis. As it goes up, it reaches a maximum here at the middle point, and then it goes down up until the last of the ranking of the data. The middle point of the curve is referred to as a median, which means middle point. But how do you correspond the median with the work of the Gauss year 2005? Well, since there are 52 weeks in the Gauss year 2005, you simply divide by 2 to get the midway point of the median. 52 divided by 2 is exactly 26. Like they labeled in the graph of week 26 of the work of Professor Gabriel Oyibo. GOGUT. Do you all understand?
Correct.
So if we go to week 26, it corresponds to the highest point on the curve. That point is referred to in mathematics as an absolute maximum. No work can go higher than the work of GOGUT. Every other work on the horizontal axis will be in a lower placing than the work of GOGUT. And in fact, the only entity that can go higher than Professor Gabriel Oyibo and the work of GOGUT is the Almighty God. Do you understand?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So now the question remains, okay, now we've established why Professor Oyibo's work is number 1, because week 26 corresponds to the ranking on this curve at the highest point. So now the question remains, why did they select the work of a black man, a Gogutian, which is the proper, Gagutia being the proper name for Africa? Why did they select that man's work to be the number 1 work to honor a Jim Crow mathematician by the name of Carl Friedrich Gauss? Well, let's go into the understanding of the definitions, which we're going to prove. And like I said, in the Fapid Institute of Technology, we're the headquarters of intelligence. We prove everything that we say. We're going to take 2 statements that we're going to use to actually deduce the following conclusion of why GOGUT was selected as number 1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. And those 2 statements are: 1, God Almighty's grand unified theorem, GOGUT, has defined mathematics, the subject that scares so many people. In reality, mathematics is nothing more but the study of theorems. What's a theorem, you ask? Well, a theorem is a statement of infallible truth. Do you understand?
Yes, by all means.
2 plus 1 equals 3. That's a theorem because it's a statement of infallible truth. 2 plus 1 equals 3 can be proven by the following means. If you change the 2 plus 1 equals 3 to its Gogutical form, meaning the right-hand side of the equal sign will be equal 0, you have to subtract 3 from both sides. 2 plus 1 equals 3. If you subtract 3 from both sides, it now becomes 2 plus 1 minus 3 equals 0. Do you understand?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We're going to take the expression on the left-hand side of that equation, which is 2 plus 1 minus 3. That's the expression of it. 2 says we're going to count up from our origin or the ultimate reference point on the GOGUT number line, and we're going to count 2 places to the right because it's a positive integer. The ultimate origin point on the GOGUT number line is the number 0. That's our reference point. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
If you count up 2 places to the right, you get to the number 2. 2 happens to be our first temporary reference point. You understand?
Right.
We're now going to add 1. 1 is a positive integer as well, but instead of counting 2 places to the right, we're going to count 1 place to the right of our temporary reference point, our first temporary reference point of 2. We count up 1 place to the right, it becomes 3. 3 happens to be our secondary temporary reference point. You understand?
Correct.
Then we have -3. -3 is an integer, but it's a negative integer. And the negative sign denotes a change in the direction of where we add. And where instead of going to the right, we're going to be going to the left. But we're going to be going to the left 3 places over from 3, which is our secondary temporary reference point. If you go 3 places over to the left, you end up back at your ultimate reference point of 0. Do you understand?
Correct.
So the expression 2 plus 1 minus 3 can be rewritten as 0. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So when we have 2 plus 1 minus 3 equals 0, the expression 2 plus 1 minus 3 can be replaced with 0. So when we have 2 plus 1 minus 3 equals 0, it's now 0 equals 0. When the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the equation are equal, you have proven your case. In Latin, we said quod erat demonstrandum, or QED. And the best thing about a theorem, which is when you can prove it's a theorem, is that it's true no matter what. It doesn't rely on people's dogmas or belief. It doesn't change over time. It's infallibly true forever. So 2 plus 1 equals 3 is true in the past. It's true in the present. It's true even in the future. The same thing also applies to where in space you are. In North America, 2 plus 1 will equal 3. In GOGUT, 2 plus 1 equals 3. In Antarctica, 2 plus 1 equals 3. The same thing will be true even on other planets. If you go to Mercury, 2 plus 1 equals 3. If you go to Mars, 2 plus 1 equals 3. If you go to Pluto, 2 plus 1 equals 3. If you go even to another solar system, another galaxy, it's 2 plus 1 is still equal to 3. That's the beauty of a theorem. It supersedes experiment. Experiment is only used when you don't have a theorem. When you have a theorem, you can't, or you don't have to worry about experiment, because experiment is infinitely inferior to a theorem. And if you have an experiment which says 2 plus 1 isn't equal to 3, you have done that experiment incorrectly. A theorem supersedes experiment. Do you understand?
Yes. John, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Simply, we're looking at mathematics as a universal truth. But there are people who have said to me that it depends on your base. Mathematics is not truth the same all over the world, but I thought it was. Can you explain?
Mathematics is true over the world. What those people they have the problem is they're dealing with their perception of the truth. Perception of the truth and the truth itself are not always the same. And what you must understand by this is that, like I said before, 2 plus 1 equals 3. It's the same no matter where you go in time or in space. Now, you may say, the perception says, well, I don't think 2 plus 1 equals 3, or 2 plus 1 equals 4 in my reality. No, that's not true. That's a falsehood. So you must distinguish between what people believe to be true and what is the actual truth.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. The other thing, so mathematics is the study of theorems. That is what's been decoded to be the definition of mathematics by GOGUT. That's our first statement. The second statement is GOGUT, the acronym standing for God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. All the words of that acronym are important. But the last 2 words are the words we're going to focus on for this proof, which is unified theorem. Unified theorem means GOGUT contains all theorems. You understand?
Yes.
So we take the first statement of GOGUT as decoded mathematics to be the study of theorems. We take the second statement as GOGUT from its acronym of God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Unified theorem meaning contains all theorems. One can infallibly deduce that GOGUT contains all of mathematics. What this means is the following. GOGUT contains all past mathematical works, quadratic formula, kinematic equations, and so forth. All of them are reproduced from GOGUT. All present-day mathematics works, such as the works in this list, are reproducible and contained from GOGUT. But the real kicker is that all future mathematics works, any future mathematical work that is developed or comes up with or discovered, supposedly discovered, it is already contained and reproducible from GOGUT. So GOGUT contains all mathematics, past, present, and future, infallibly. This is what compelled and forced the Germans at Göttingen, who, and you must keep in mind, the Germans are the highest level in the European system. They are referred to as WASP. WASP is an acronym standing for White Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Even amongst the European, there's an echelon in terms of levels. Most of the white people, for the most part, they are lower classes, like your Spaniards, your Italians, Greeks, even Russians, and so forth. They're lower level Europeans. The highest level Europeans, and even Jewish people in that are same on that note, but the highest level Europeans are WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Your Germanic types or your Northern European types, like England and the other northern countries. They are your WASP. And keep in mind, if there had been no GOGUT, there would have never entertained a black man on this list of the Gaussian 2005 celebration. However, God bless Professor Gabriel Oyibo with the work of GOGUT. This now forced the Germans, who don't want to see themselves second to anyone, they have now forced to bow down to a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo. And they have declared Professor Gabriel Oyibo, since his work contains all of mathematics, past, present, and future infallibly, they have declared Professor Gabriel Oyibo as being the greatest mathematician of all time that can ever be, or that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future. They've handed the baton from Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, who was the greatest mathematician before GOGUT and before Professor Gabriel Oyibo. They have handed it now to Professor Gabriel Oyibo and officially declared Professor Gabriel Oyibo as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are just witnessing here the surrender of the Europeans to the black race. By the Göttingen ranking of Professor Gabriel Oyibo as the number one work, the GOGUT being the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, and by his place, they've now labeled Professor Gabriel Oyibo as being the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future infallibly. This is the German surrendering, and like I said, the Germans are the highest level in the European system. So where the Germans have surrendered, all of Europe has surrendered. Do you understand?
I do. And are we going to hear from Professor Oyibo tonight?
Yes, we are. I just want to go over one last thing, which is important, because the surrender from Germany is powerful on its own and from representing Europe. But there's another surrender which takes place to the east of Europe, and that comes to this particular development, which is, just bear with me 1 second, I'm going to get it out. Do you all see this page in front of you, this research paper?
Yes.
This is a research paper entitled Gauge Condition for an Abelian-Chern-Simons System Consistent with Equations of Motion. This is a research paper from the Department of Physics at Jamia Millia Islamia in New Delhi, India. India is an Asian country with over 1 billion people. And this is a research paper from one of their top 19 universities called Jamia Millia Islamia. Jamia Millia Islamia is a top 19 school in India. And the Department of Physics, this is a paper. It has 4 authors, but the name I want to focus on is the third name, which is Krishnendu Dasgupta. Do you see the name Krishnendu Dasgupta?
I see it.
Krishnendu Dasgupta is a mathematical physicist. He's an expert in mathematical physics and a professor in the field of mathematical physics. He is a member of the Indian race, Indian group. But what's important to understand is that Professor Dasgupta heard about GOGUT through your own lecture series on the GOGUT Global Lecture Series in 2004, Minister Brown. As you know, in your GOGUT Global Lecture Series, they filmed over 100 hours of footage. This took place in the months of November and December 2004, in which Professor Oyibo was invited by the National Universities Commission in Nigeria to defend GOGUT in 30 days in 18 different institutions. You remember that, of course, Mr. Brown, right?
Yes, John, go ahead.
Yes. So, and as you said yourself, the 30 days brought challenges from Canada, from Germany, from Switzerland, from India even, and I'll get to him in the India part in a second, and other and UNESCO and United Nations and Japan, and also other GOGUTian countries. In terms of, they were all invited, and they were all invited to challenge and scrutinize and even attack GOGUT in that 30 days period. But when the dust cleared, as you just said, only GOGUT was left standing after the 30 days. There was such a presentation at ABU, or Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, Nigeria. This again took place in 2004, in which Professor Singh, an Indian, he was the head of the mathematics department at the time at Ahmadu Bello University, or ABU University.
John,
Yes?
we're gonna play those tapes, many of them, especially the one you're talking about.
Praise God. I just want to give a summary for the audience before they see the tape. In terms of Professor Dasgupta saw what happened with Professor Singh. Singh, as I said, was a head of the mathematics department at GOGUT, and he had a whole phalanx of mathematicians that he had on his side to challenge and attack GOGUT during that presentation at ABU. But Professor Oyibo dealt with them so thoroughly, and we'll see, like I said, Minister Brown just said, we'll see the footage of that. Professor Singh, who was so sure of himself and so sure that he was going to deal a blow with GOGUT, in the end, not only did he clap for GOGUT at the end, he actually admitted to a born-again Christian by the name of Elder Usman Gazama, who was part of Professor Oyibo's security detail. He admitted that after the lecture on GOGUT given by Professor Gabriel Oyibo, that his 42 years of mathematical teaching and learning and knowledge on mathematics had been reduced to nothing. His 42 years of mathematical teaching had been flushed down the toilet because of GOGUT. So what you must understand by this is an Indian, a fellow Indian like Dasgupta, now declaring that Professor Gabriel Oyibo has been blessed not only with GOGUT, but has demolished his whole level of mathematics, experience in mathematics. So that deals with that's how his introduction to GOGUT was. And in 2007, he wrote our university letter. But first, there's important things to understand. Dasgupta comes from two major heavily religious groups in India. The first being the Hindu part. The Hindu part in India happens to hold in belief, system of belief which is based off the caste system. A belief prior to GOGUT that was color-coded, like Jim Crow does to black people before GOGUT as well, in which the lighter-skinned individuals are of the highest level in the Indian culture and the caste system. Then the darker shades of skin color are lower levels in that caste system, When you reach the black people in India, the black people are referred to as Dalit or untouchables.
And you don't mean that in a positive way. That's a negative way.
That's what I just said. It's like Jim Crow.
Carrying the dun, the human feces, and so forth. And maybe not today, but before. I won't get into all that. But in black people in India were treated worse than African Americans in slavery in America, or at least just as bad.
That's correct, Minister Brown. So that's what I want to illustrate. That's the background of Dasgupta, his Hindu background. He also has a background in Islam, where in Islam, the most venerated character isn't even Allah, as one would expect. It's Muhammad.
Yes.
So he comes from those two groups. But like I said, he wrote our university a letter in 2007. And I'm going to pull up the letter so you can see how GOGUT has impacted both of those religions. Just one second.
Reverend Han, are you still with us? Good to see you.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm listening real good.
Yeah.
Praise God for that. This is the letter that is from Professor Krishnananda because he saw his countryman, Professor Singh at ABU, demolished. And he wrote our university to speak to Professor Oyibo on what GOGUT has done and how it has impacted him as a son of the caste system and a son of the Islamic religion. And the email is titled Krishnananda Dasgupta, sent on Wednesday, July 25th, 2007 at 9:24 a.m. to Professor Gabriel Oyibo. Subject, God's Mission and Dasgupta. The title alone tells you the swearing and the testimony he is about to give in terms of the godly testimony of what he is about to articulate in the letter. And the letter reads as follows. Dear Oyibo, good day. I've heard that you've been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnananda Dasgupta. So in real time, right now on your screens, you have just witnessed the complete and thorough destruction of the caste system forever. And what you must understand about the caste system is caste system has been in place in India even longer than Jim Crow, because the caste system wasn't in place just a couple of years, a couple of decades, or even a couple of centuries. The caste system has been in place for millennia, for thousands of years. And it was fought to never be able to be challenged. GOGUT demolished the caste system. And that is what has been said here when Professor Dasgupta, mathematical physics Professor Dasgupta, declares Professor Oyibo, a black man, a Gogutian who would have been referred to as Dalit in the caste system before GOGUT. He refers to Professor Oyibo as being more close to God than any of us. In mathematics, we just declare what Professor Dasgupta has said to be what's called a diametrically opposed position. A diametrically opposed position is where you have done a complete 180, 180 being a half revolution. It basically means where before you started at one point, now after the being diametrically opposed, you're now at the opposite end. In other words, before GOGUT, black people were viewed at the very bottom. After GOGUT, we're now viewed or Professor Oyibo has now been viewed as being more close to God than any of us. And since that's 180 degrees of rotation or half a revolution, and since Black people share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo, when Professor Oyibo has been declared as being more close to God than any of us, we who shares genes then means Black people are more close to God than any other race. Do you understand?
I do. I do. And
now that deals with the Hindu part. The Islamic part also is very important because Islam, and like I said before, Islam, the most venerated character in Islam, is not even Allah, as one would expect. It's Muhammad. Muhammad is so venerated, revered in Islam. There was an Indian author by the name of Salman Rushdie in the year 1988. He wrote a fictional account of Muhammad called the Satanic Verses. This was written in 1988, and it was known to be a fictional account about Muhammad. However, the followers of Islam considered the subject so insulting to the Islamic religion. The year after, 1989, the Ayatollah of Iran, he called upon all the followers of Islam around the world. He called all the followers of Islam around the world to assassinate Rushdie for that work of the Satanic Verses. That's how seriously the followers of Islam follow Muhammad. Even if you were to write a fictional account of Muhammad, it warrants a death sentence. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is a countryman of Professor Dasgupta. Dasgupta is a countryman to Professor Rushdie, Salman Rushdie, who was an Indian author. So when he wrote in 2007, about 19 years after the 1988, when he declared that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, a fatwa could be declared on Professor Dasgupta because he is saying that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. He's not saying Professor Oyibo is a prophet like Muhammad or approaching Muhammad. He's saying Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. And that means Professor Oyibo supersedes Muhammad. Do you understand it?
I do. I just hope our people do.
Praise God for that. So, and like I said, today on October 19th, 2021, Professor Dasgupta is alive and well. No fatwa has been declared on him, no assassination attempt, because he has articulated an infallible truth. You understand?
Yep.
The situation is also analogous to Christianity, where the most venerated character in Christianity, it's not even Almighty God, it's Jesus Christ. When Professor Dasgupta declares that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, he didn't say Professor Oyibo is a Messiah like Jesus or approaching Jesus. He says that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Oyibo supersedes Jesus Christ. Now, before you have my head for blasphemy or insulting the Creator or insulting Jesus, I can prove to you why Professor Oyibo is more close to God than Professor Gabriel Oyibo is more close to God than either Jesus or Muhammad. And that comes down to understanding this. Mathematics, as we just defined before, is the study of theorems. And theorems are statements of infallible truth. Since theorems are statements of infallible truth, that means mathematics is truth or infallible truth, the study of infallible truth. The language which God speaks is the language of infallible truth. And since mathematics is the study of infallible truth, that means the only language God speaks is mathematics. You must have mathematics to be godly. God has blessed Professor Gabriel Oyibo with eta sub infinity intelligence, which is the totality of all intelligence, and with Gij, comma j equals 0, the formula which contains all of mathematics as well. And I challenge this to any listener or any person that's listening to the program right now. Where has there been mentioned in the New or Old, the Old or New Testament for Jesus, or in the Quran for Muhammad? Where does it specify Jesus or Muhammad having the totality of all mathematics embedded in their brains? Is there anywhere that's listed?
Not that I know of.
Exactly. In fact, is there anywhere in the Old and New Testament or in the Quran where it says that Jesus or Muhammad had a theorem, mathematical theorem, rigorously proved, attributed to Jesus or Muhammad?
Nowhere.
That's your proof of why Professor Gabriel Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, superseding both Jesus and Muhammad. Again, that's QED, or quod erat demonstratum, Latin for this is how it's proven. So then this is a surrender from India. India surrendered to the black race through this particular declaration. Also, if you also take a look at their neighbors, China, which has 1.3 billion population, they have also surrendered through the following document. Just let me get that up just for a second. The People's Daily. Do you all see the article, the People's Daily? This is the Chinese newspaper. This is the Chinese newspaper, which is the 5th largest newspaper in the world, and the paper that brought Mao Zedong into power in China. They've written an article titled Nigerian Scientist Wins African International Prize for Science and Technology. But what's important to understand is the 5th line here. This is the highest prize for academic achievement in history of science and technology, because GOGUT is the greatest human discovery. That's the People's Daily of China saying that. They have now surrendered to the black people through this particular piece. Do you understand that?
I do.
And then you also have...
I was there when this announcement was made.
Praise God.
And appeared in the Chinese Daily. I wasn't in China, but I was in Nigeria where the announcement was made.
Praise God. And then you have Russia. The paper of the GOGUT Russian Daily News, which is the paper controlled by the Kremlin, which is equivalent in the Russian system like the White House here in America, and President Vladimir Putin. They have actually stated in their paper, in news item 1339 on October 30th, 2018, GOGUT, Gij, comma j equals 0. 1, contains all of mathematics. 2, contains all solutions to all mathematics and all other problems. And 3, which is the most important part, as a consequence of points 1 and points 2, GOGUT has earned all academic prizes, past, present, and future infallibly. That is what Russia has done. So Russia, China, and India all have surrendered to GOGUT, just like Germany has surrendered to GOGUT, representing the whole of Europe. Russia, China, and India have surrendered to GOGUT, representing the whole of Asia. So again, that establishes who Professor Oyibo is, and most importantly, what GOGUT has done for the entire black or GOGUTian race. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This is what we want to get across to our people right now in the presentation. GOGUT is the totality of all infallible truth, all realities, all theorems. GOGUT now has decoded that the black people no longer are 3/5, which was a fraudulent label by Jim Crow on the black people. We have now been revealed to be the absolute opposite of that. And that what's important to understand is that in America, we have what's called the GOGUT Yale University study. I'm going to pull this up on your screen just so you can see it. You all see the gene journal research paper titled "Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations."
Yeah, we see that.
This is the gene journal's research on GOGUT. I should also mention, and I did mention in the beginning, GOGUT has been revealed in 1990. It's 31 years old. GOGUT already dealt a serious blow to Jim Crow's fraud about black people and their intelligence by the fact that supposedly before GOGUT, black people were viewed as a so-called least intelligent race. But in 1990, Professor Oyibo was blessed by God with eta sub infinity intelligence, the totality of all intelligence. That dealt the first serious blow to Jim Crow, because how can we be the so-called least intelligent race and produce a member of that race, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity? It's impossible. That means the fraud of the so-called black people being the least intelligent race was a fraudulent, and now it had to be revised. In 1997, 7 years after the development of GOGUT, or the revelation of GOGUT, President Bill Clinton ordered the actual studying of eta sub n into the labs to determine the reality of the black people's intelligence. And if you look at the title of this Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations, you see the list of authors below. And I'll tell you right now, none of these names here are black. And to get the best illustration to show you who was doing this research, which is Jim Crow, is the name of Kenneth K. Kidd. Kenneth K. Kidd is, first of all, the initials KKK. That tells you everything you need to know about how this is Jim Crow conducting this experiment. But more to the point, if you look at this kid, named Kidd, you see the superscript B. And the legend below, the superscript B corresponds to Yale University, School of Medicine, Department of Genetics, 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06510. Do you all see that?
Yep.
That's Yale University spearheading this research. Professor Kenneth K. Kidd is a professor of Department of Genetics at Yale University. And the other professors are at other universities like University of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Then they have Rome, Italy universities. Then they have Pennsylvania State and Louisiana State universities. None of those are historical black colleges or universities. So it's not some brothers and sisters doing some feel-good research. This is Jim Crow conducting real research with GOGUT. And their findings are the following. If we go to the abstract, the fourth line of the abstract says, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. A lot to break down there. First, let's break down the term European bias. European bias is a synonym for Jim Crow, or another way of saying Jim Crow, or 3/5. What they're saying here is, in order to obtain the correct results of this study to determine the intelligence, you have to remove the 3/5 or the Jim Crow factor. You understand?
Correct.
Once the Jim Crow factor, the 3/5 factor is eliminated, then you can ascertain the correct polymorphism count of the creatures or the humans. Now, what is polymorphism? Polymorphism is a mapping from several points in one space to one point in another space. Think of a mapping like your eyes do, in terms of when you see something, you're mapping several points in space onto one point in another space, like in your brain. That's a measure of polymorphism, which is also a measure of intelligence. There's a direct correlation to the number of polymorphisms a creature has and the intelligence of that creature. You understand that?
Yes.
So we go to line 6. 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans, which is GOGUTians, and 4 to non-Africans, which is non-GOGUTians. So what does that sentence mean? It says that 15 polymorphisms are the base number for all humans, because whether you're GOGUTians or non-GOGUTians, or black or non-black, you have a base number of 15 polymorphisms. You understand that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
However, GOGUTians have an additional 13. That's what they said. 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans. So 15 plus 13 is 28. That means the intelligence level is for black people is 28. Your non-blacks, which consists of your whites, your Asians, your Jewish and Arab peoples, they have a polymorphism of 15 plus 4, because they say 4, which are endemic to non-GOGUTians. So 15 plus 4 is 19. The ratio of intelligence for the black people to non-blacks is 28 to 19. The ratio can be rewritten as a fraction, where the first number of the ratio becomes your numerator or upper number of the fraction. Your second number of the ratio becomes your denominator or bottom number of the fraction. So 28 to 19 becomes 28 over 19 as fraction form. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
28 over 9. I'm sorry?
Clemson Brown.
Yes.
What time is Professor Oyibo scheduled?
You'll be on very shortly. In the next 5 to 10 minutes, you'll be on. I just have to finish this part because it's part of the introduction of why we're going into this, so that you can understand who Professor Oyibo is. 28 over 19 is the fraction, and it's what we call an improper fraction because the numerator is larger than the denominator. The upper number is larger than the denominator. So it means it's greater than 1, which makes it an improper fraction. 28 and 19 also can be further simplified. But if you remember that Jim Crow, whenever they do any research about us, they underestimate the results that we get. So 28 is in reality 28 plus for the black people. So 28 is now rewritten as 28 plus. The opposite is true for themselves. Where they underestimate us, they overestimate themselves. So when they declared themselves as having 19, it's much more that they're less than that 19. So 19 becomes 19 minus. The fraction 28 over 19 becomes 28 plus over 19 minus. We're going to round up 28 to the next whole number or integer that is divisible by other numbers. 29 doesn't work because 29 is a special category of the numbers, which is a prime number. Prime numbers are only produced by either multiplying itself by 1 and itself. They don't have any other common whole number factors. But 30 is not prime, and it works because you can have 1 and 30 makes 30. You can also have 2 and 15. You can also have 3 and 10 and 5 and 6. So we're going to round up 28 plus to 30. 19 minus, we're going to go down to the next divisible number, and that number is 18. 18 is not prime, and it's also divisible by 7 numbers. It can be produced by 1 and 18. It's also 2 and 9, and 3 and 6. So the fraction 28 over 19, 28 plus over 19 is approximately 30 over 18. You all see that? You all see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
30 over 18 now can be broken down. 30 and 18 share several common factors. The greatest common factor between 30 and 18 is the number 6. We're going to divide 6 out of the numerator, which is 30. So 30 divided by 6 becomes our new numerator. We can also divide 6 out of the denominator, which is 18. 18 divided by 6 becomes our new denominator. 30 divided by 6 is 5. So 5 becomes our new numerator or upper number of the fraction. 18 divided by 6 is 3. That becomes our new denominator of the fraction. So 30 over 18 becomes 5 over 3. 5 over 3 is an inversion of 3/5. Where Jim Crow had been trying for the last 2,500 years, from the time the ancient Greeks came in our shores of GOGUT and Kemet and all that. And Minister Brown, you even filmed the footage of this in the documentary part 1, where you talk about the Greeks came into Kemet naked, illiterate, and so forth. They've been, ever since that time, up until 1990, they've been fraudulently trying to lower the intelligence of the black people. But now GOGUT has revealed a black man to be the most intelligent creature by having 8 to some infinity intelligence. That now has demolished the fraud of 3/5. And in reality, as the Yale study has indicated, which is the official position of the United States government, that we have been blessed to be the most intelligent race of 5/3. You understand?
John, I might add is that we were fortunate enough to actually do an interview with Dr. K.K. Kidd right here in this living room. He came down, a very likable gentleman. And I asked him, what did it mean? Because they use the terms that Africans were all people, and they took samples, DNA from people all over the world. And he gave me a map of all of the countries that they took this DNA from. And everywhere in the world except Africa, people had 6 DNA strands. And why is this important? Well, if you take the orangutan, who's a pretty smart fellow, you know, he's a pretty smart animal in nature, in the wild, but he's not as smart as the gorilla. A gorilla would sit down and watch television. He has 4 DNA series, and but he is not as smart as the chimpanzees. Chimpanzee would sit down and watch television, change the channels on you, and you can teach him to recognize up to 200 words. He has 5 DNA series. Next comes humans, and all over the planet, human beings have 6 DNA series, except Africans, who have 9. Of course, you just explained it in terms of 29 to 19, I think you said. So I asked Professor Kenneth Kidd to explain that. And he right away said, well, that doesn't mean that all Africans are smarter than all white people. He said, but what it does say that if you have 1,000 Africans and 1,000 Europeans, you will get more genius and creativity out of the 1,000 Africans than you would the 1,000 Europeans. So I said, okay, I understand that, you know. And he also kind of did a graph for me and said that if you have a pile of sand that's only this high, and you have another pile of sand that's twice as high, you will get more diversity, more combinations of things coming from the larger pile, which would be the African pile, than the European pile. And I asked him why. And he said that the African pile is from the beginning of humanity. The European pile is like what has mutated off of the African gene pool. So I just want to throw that out there because I interviewed him myself, and I have that on tape, and I will play it. So, John, can we get Professor Oyibo on here? We kind of dying to get
Yes, we're
him.
ready to bring Professor Oyibo on right now. I just wanted to say it's mathematical, it's scientific, it's official. After 2,500 years of fraud regarding the black people's intelligence, God has now answered the prayers of our people by declaring Professor Gabriel Oyibo as the most intelligent creature ever created. Past, present, future, and forwardly. God again is surrendered. Asia through India, China, and Russia have surrendered. Now the United States is surrendered. Now we're going to bring on Professor Gabriel Oyibo so we can discuss further about GOGUT.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one
Well, brothers and sisters, we are finally at a point where we have really been waiting to hear from the mastermind himself. And so he will be joining us momentarily. And I just want to say that I did have the pleasure of traveling with Professor Oyibo throughout Nigeria, where he did peer review. And it was absolutely wonderful to see him being challenged and coming out really superior in terms of the equation that he had produced. So much so that the Nigerian government convened, and for the first time in their history, they voted unanimously to award Professor Oyibo its maiden prize for the Africa International Prize for Science and Technology. So are we ready? Is Professor Oyibo?
Yes, we're ready. Just 1 second.
Okay. By the way, my co-host, Mama Moshe, is with us. And do you have any questions at this point, Mama Moshe, Lady Lioness?
No, I'm just going to wait until the.
By the way, I can't hear you very well. Your mic is very low.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but you are low. Okay, here's Professor.
What about
so we're
now?
going to go to. Yeah, it's better. We're going to go to the Professor, Professor Oyibo. Okay. Good afternoon, Professor Oyibo.
Good afternoon, Minister Brown.
It is good to have you here with us on GOGUT. Are we going to be able to see you?
Are you not seeing me yet?
Oh, wait. I'm sorry.
Well, I see G
1 second.
comma J equals 0.
Okay.
Yeah, I see you.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Good. Okay. So yeah, it's nice to be here.
Can you kind of center in the center of the screen and put your head right up to the top there? Yeah, that's much better.
Okay.
Hey man, it's good to see you.
Nice to see you, Minister Brown.
Yeah. I have a couple questions that I want to ask you that I hope would kind of clarify things. And that is, you use the terminology God. And many people have asked me, why do you use that terminology? Because that terminology, God, is a European word that means male deity. It does not acknowledge the female center, really, of life. That all life comes through the female. God, they're saying, is a European terminology that they can't relate with. So can you explain why you have the terminology God within your equation?
Yes. The problem is semantics and language. The problem became bigger within the last 2,500 years, where at the time Jim Crow busted into our domain, our dwelling, our continent, and then basically gave us what he believed was two options. When he arrived, first of all, he arrived naked, but on a horseback. He told us, give me liberty or give me death. Ordinarily, if that is as simple as that, it would have been easy for us to make a choice, which would have been, okay, we'll give you liberty. But what he meant by liberty was not our idea of liberty either. The liberty in Jim Crow's definition was liberty to do anything with us, including take over our land, and then and take over our life if he pleases, like lynching, which we eventually experienced. That's what Jim Crow meant by give me liberty or give me death. And it's pretty much still operational up until today. So we had no intentions of giving him either of those options. So what we decided was to give him the liberty to fool around. I think that's a proper word. We definitely were not going to kill him, because that's not how we became the chosen race. So they said, that's out. We'll give you liberty, to pretend that you own our land. We were going to minimize any lynchings that you think you would like to do, and keep you that mode, because we see you as a 2-year-old. We are grown-ups and we are your parents, in whichever way you look at it. So, we under no circumstances are going to kill you. We'll be accused of committing suicide. Committing murder. So therefore, the liberty we gave him, one of them was to choose which language was going to be used in communication between the two parties. And he chose his language. So we decided, sure, if that will keep you calm, and if that will help you keep your sanity, we'll go along with that until 1990. That was fundamentally the answer we gave him, because a visitor that comes to us and they're naked, and they're coming to a land that is known globally to be the cradle of civilization, we cannot consider that group of creatures to be grown-ups. So that's where the semantic problems began. So what Jim Crow did in the process was to say, okay, his language, which is a corrupt version of the original Black language, it became the language to be used in communication between the two. So in the process, we began to use their vocabulary. In the process, Jim Crow became the teacher in quotes. That's where things fell apart. And he became the teacher because the language that was being used is supposed to be his language. Consider his language as a pidgin, Gaussian language, or Kemetic language. Okay, it's a pidgin form. It's a Barnix, equivalent for a Barnix, a corrupt version of the real language of the black people. So we abandoned the real language and then started to use his language because he forced us into that situation, not force, but we made a promise we're not going to kill him. So like a 2-year-old, 2-year-old comes to us, to the mother or the father and say, well, you bow down, call me master, otherwise I'll kill myself. The chances are the mother or the father will bow down and get on the knees for that baby. That's what we did. So in the process, by choosing his language, he became the teacher. Like I said, that's where things fell apart. That's what was going on until 1990. Jim Crow so-called taught the genius. They lost 9 intelligent counts by going to the cold weather and in the caves and everything else. The cold weather automatically diminishes your ability to think. So it's very clear how the process occurred. So 28 intelligence strands or polymorphisms compared to 19, that's 9 points difference. That came as a result of the, what is called isolation and everything else, cold weather being a big part of it. So anyway, that's what led to the language change. In the original language, the vocabulary for God is Jah or Jo, J or G, O or G or J, A, Jah. That was the name of God, Jah. Okay? So because the J and the G are interchangeable, how you know that is the river Niger. Niger is spelled Niger. However, you could replace that J-R with J-A. The pronunciation will still be the same, Niger or Niger or Niger. And the actual meaning of Niger is 2 words, Na, N-A, or N-I, Nai, then Jah, that is off, Na means off, and Jah means God. So Na Jah, that means a holy person. Jim Crow twisted it and turned it upside down and said, well, that is a bad person or a dumb person. Okay, the same thing with Njambe. That's Lingala people. They also, Njambe means God as Jah. Ambe means is the one we pray to for help or for light, for something that is good. Njambe. So Jah is the actual original word for God. And in that mode, It covers both male and female. A title for the mama in that original language, Oja. Oja. In the Gala kingdom, the title a mama, an older woman, Oja, Oja. They understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So Ja and the other part is that the mama is also an attribute of God, which is popularly known to be a word for women, particularly mothers. Okay? Because that's a title the baby gives to the mother, mama. A mama is a genius, meaning the knower knows, because the baby had known that the mother knows. The mother knows how to wipe the tears out of his or her eyes. The mama knows, when the mother is not there, away out in the shopping or whatever, they say mama knows that something is wrong with the baby at home and she wants to run home. So the baby nicknames the mother or calls the mother mama. The knower knows, or the genius knows. But ma means the knowledge of infallible truth. That means the one that excels in that area is a genius. And God, the biggest attribute of God is ma, which is intelligence. God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand. Jah was always growing up already, right from the beginning. So you can see the real vocabulary does not keep the woman, in any disrespectful way at all. The mama is well respected. So therefore the problem came from Jim Crow being a bad boy and refusing to eat his vegetables, and that turned him into a bad boy and stopped causing all kinds of problems. That's where the problem comes from. Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So there's no inconsistency at all. GOGUT has verified that we are the ultimate race, ultimate set of creatures, without doubt. That is shown in the equation that you have there. And that's why John will give credit to God and for enlightening him, especially on behalf of his generation, to be able to pick up some of those things and committed to communicating it. It's extremely important, because that's a major problem for us right now. And what I just said is important. If there's any questions, please ask. It's extremely critical. Okay. So,
Well,
yes.
let me ask you this question. You're saying that God,
Yes.
through GOGUT, recognizes the universe as the ultimate element in which human beings derive their being from. So when you say God, you're talking about the universe in its entirety, with no beginning and no end. So it's a universal construct that we are talking about when we say God. Would I be correct on that?
Is that it? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on, Minister Brown. I'm please go over a question. I'm sorry. So if I do.
No, what can you hear me, Professor?
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that you are expressing God
Yes.
to mean the entire universe with no beginning
That's correct.
and no end.
That's correct.
So you say God, but you what other people would say the universe with no
Yes.
beginning and no end.
Yes.
That is what, but because we say God,
Right.
in a religious sense,
Yeah.
your meaning is far beyond that. Your meaning of God, you're speaking about the entire universe with no beginning.
That's
and
Jah the creator. That's
Jah the creator.
Yeah, Jah
Okay.
the creator. Yes.
Now, in terms of the equation, someone said to me, what Professor has in his equation is not a solution to things. He just plugs it in for any equation, and you just plug Gij comma J equals 0. But by the equation by itself does not solve problems. It can be the determining factor in delineating anything. Now, Professor, I know better, but that's the question that they threw at me to kind of like stunt me. So you can explain these things much better than me. So I'm throwing them at you so they can't accuse me of running from questions.
Right. Okay, I don't have time to waste. So I will not see if you don't. Again, like I said, 2-year-old try to argue with the mother. That's a bad boy. See, in other words, you have to be able to estimate how much you know before you start getting into an argument. I don't argue with God the creator, so none of you can argue with me. As a bottom line, tell that person that. That's the answer. He has no clue what that person is talking about. So that's a waste of time. It's also ghetto. That's what happens in the ghetto, because there's no way you're going to end that discussion. What you have, Gij, is absolutely perfect. You heard yourself. Can you play Professor Abubakar, please?
We tried to get it set up, but we had some difficulty because it was shaking. But we are going to play it.
Yeah, so that's the answer to that person. Because this is ghetto, and ghetto is funded by Jim Crow. Okay, and for you to talk to me, you have to know who I am.
Correct.
That's the bottom line. If you don't know who I am, don't ask a question as if you know anything. What was understood by the world before GOGUT was 3 points out of eta sub n, but eta sub n has then going from minus infinity to plus infinity. So for all practical purposes, collectively, humanity knew nothing before GOGUT, because it's like 3 compared to 10 to power infinity. So therefore, it's better for you to say, Gia, in other words, to claim you understand what GOGUT is about for anyone. That's moronity. That's nothing. That's babyhood. So tell that person that's where he is. He needs to go and begin the kindergarten version of GOGUT, and then walk his way. He could learn more from you than he can learn from himself. Whoever said that, because that's embarrassment. That's an embarrassment to Black race. That's not how we build a pyramid. That person is a disgrace to his race. So he needs a therapy. And therapy comes into GOGUT. Let him sit down and listen. John made a presentation a little while ago. Professor Yabaka, you need to show that so he can understand. That's a black man with a PhD in mathematics from Cambridge University.
I had the opportunity to speak with Professor Yah Abubakar personally,
right.
And
that's right.
Interview him.
Absolutely. That's
one
what
of the things that I said in opening. Unless you think that a black person with a PhD from one of the leading universities on the planet, Cambridge, that his PhD is not as worth what a white person with a PhD is. That the black man don't have the knowledge. So you're saying that black folk are not as smart as Europeans. And yet Professor Yah Abubakar, his paper was cited more than any paper coming out of Cambridge University on mathematics. That was his PhD paper. Can you talk about that for a moment?
Yeah.
Who he is?
Yeah. Well, again, the reason, you remember the day before the command lecture, we visited him. The National University Commission took us over to his office. If you remember, you videotaped that as well.
Yes.
And they introduced him to GOGUT, and apparently before that point, he didn't really have a technical contact with GOGUT. So they went over, introduced people to him and everything else. And then the Professor Adedipe, who one of the administrators from the National University Commission that hosted the GOGUT scrutiny and presentation for 1 month, he said to Professor Yabwak and said, look, we know you're not very familiar with GOGUT, but no matter what, after listening to the lecture, would you be able to address the press people to give them a sense of what you feel about GOGUT? And he said, no, he can't commit with that, because he says, before he makes a statement on any mathematics, and that's what a real mathematician will do, I have to know what I'm talking about. And once I find out what GOGUT is, and once I find out, if there are mistakes or errors, or if there's something that makes sense and some that don't make sense, then I will make up my mind if I want to talk to the press or not. You remember him giving fundamentally, that particular position, Minister Brown?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, when he came on to the command lecture where the whole world was invited, you remember that in the one, you met the ambassador, the UNESCO representative. He attended the briefing and even came into a meeting after the presentation, along with Canadian ambassador, who I remember you videotaping him congratulating myself and the black people by extension after they watched what happened at Abuja. So it was after that when Professor Yabwaka came out, he was on the podium. He was on the high chair, high table, okay, because of his prestige. They met, okay. So anyway, so he walked down after saying no, he can't guarantee he's going to say anything. until he knows what GOGUT is. So you would expect such a person to be keeping a low profile after the presentation. No, he didn't keep a low profile. He walked down and gave a press conference, in effect, or gathered the press people, and he began talking without being prompted at all. You picked that up on your camera.
Mm-hmm.
So something happened during the presentation that turned him around, got him so fired up, got him so excited. Now, this young brother, the brother that is talking that trash to you, he will reach that point if he can sit down and learn. Professor Yabaka sat down and learned. When I gave him the simplified proof, not him, I gave the whole world. I said, it's like you get up in the morning and you have maybe $100. The example I gave was a 10,000 because the currency in the country of Nigeria is not very strong right now because of Jim Crow. However, so I said, if you started with 1,000 naira in your pocket in the morning, you call that initial amount. And then you go out on your way, you buy gas. And as you pay for the gas, you would get a receipt. If they don't give you a receipt, write exact receipt for the money you paid for the gas. So I said, keep both of them in the pocket, the money and the receipt. So then later on you buy lunch. Again, got a receipt, exact amount. You give tips, get yourself a receipt. I told everybody, you got to follow that to understand what Gij, comma j equal to 0 means. So then I said, by the time you return back home, you're going to compute what is called the final amount. And the final amount is, I tell that brother to listen to what I'm saying so he can go and do the same exercise. Call him up right now and tell him to do that. So, so you compute the final amount. What's the final amount? The final amount is you compute all the money on the receipts that you have kept, add them all up, and then you check in your pocket what was the remaining cash. Then add that cash to the total that you got on the receipt. That is called the final amount. And Gij is defined as the initial amount minus the final amount. And I said to the large crowd of elite, intelligent people, a good part of whom are black, it was public, you captured it. There was nothing hidden. So I said, when you subtract final amount from the initial amount, your answer must be 0.
Professor.
Yes.
I have on screen Gij, comma, j equals 0. So the Gij is the final amount. That's all of the energy, and that money, that $10, 10 naira, whatever, is the energy. Because what I'm doing is converting the money into energy. So that energy minus what the money translated itself into energy when you put the two of them, when you add the two of them together, at least when you subtract all of the energy from the initial energy, which the G can stand for God, equals zero. Maybe I didn't explain that too much, but am I close? But you have to.
You're much close. See, the mistake that was done before GOGUT was people, you understand, they weren't really dealing with geometry. They were more on the actual cash, because once you've spent the cash, it's gone. So they didn't do it right. And that's what held up humanity up until 1990. So yes, the initial amount is the total that you began with. At the end, you add the total, which includes the money that's left. That's the mistake of what people didn't understand. So, but if you added the remaining cash with the money on the receipts, total amount of money resources, it must equal the initial amount. And so when you subtract that from initial amount, it must be zero exactly.
Now, can I ask you another question? Because I'm trying to understand a lot of this as we go along, even though you've explained it to me many times. But I'm looking at the GIJ, which you is calling God, which is the universe, and the universe is full of motion, and the motion is represented in vibrations that are all speeds. I mean, like you explained to me that the speed of light from the sun to the earth takes about 8 minutes, and that's 92 million miles away. So in 8 minutes, you're traveling 92 million miles, and you formulate that in the form of vibrations. But the universe itself, which is from infinity to infinity, the energy that's coming from the universe is all over the universe at the same time. And that kind of speed is unimaginable, but it is determined mathematically through the measurements of vibrations. Am I on the right track here?
Well,
I'm trying to get how
yeah.
how
Well,
I can.
in other words, when you start talking about energy has different forms. Okay, so if you talk in terms of the total, then you're back to the GIJ in the sense, but it must be the total in that sense. It means you converted everything to the same common denominator. Okay, but the common denominator in reality is geometry. That's again, God is the common denominator. So, but when you, especially if you're not very quantitative, because the conversion dynamics is a lot more complicated. Okay, so what you do then is you use a simplified model like I just indicated. In that way, you focused on a piece of energy, if you will. Do you understand me? Because the money by the matter of fact, your money goes to a gas station and you could buy gas. That's a symbolism of energy. So yes, you could, but then you have to find a unit for the energy. So in that situation, it's a little complicated. What you do is to just go with the currency, or the money part of it, and because you can count the money easier than going to the units dynamics. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so but it's the same. You understand? If you can keep tabs on on your counting and conversions and all the other stuff, going from in the strong force to weak force to gravity to any other forms. In other words, there are other forms, but you understand me that so in order to avoid that complexity, especially when you're starting out, trying to, with a goal of trying to understand what we're talking about here, you stick with, and like I said, give your audience this assignment that I gave you in a simple currency, because they can do it in terms of tomorrow, and tell that brother to do this tomorrow. When he gets up in the morning, put an amount of money, call that initial amount. Go through and come back during the day and see if he can touch this equation and talk the kind of trash I was talking about earlier.
Okay.
And Professor E. Abubakar, if you remember, again, are you still working on that? Otherwise, I'll maybe ask John to see if we could put our version here. They need to see Professor E. Abubakar. And E. Abubakar, as I was saying before, you see, he was a legend. And his legend grew out of sight when he gave the interview on GOGUT. Therefore, every Black person must see Professor Abubakar as a legend, because he's honest, and honesty goes with intelligence. You tell the truth only when you have intelligence. When you go into ghetto, we're forced into it. The one that talks loudest prevails. That's wrong. That's not us. I represent you. When I talk, the world listens, because I'm the most powerful creature. Not because I destroy lives, however, or make life miserable for people. I am more loved than any of you. That's the basis of my power. So when I talk, the babies listen, the adults listen, everybody listens. Because God ordained me with the ultimate intelligence. You can hear the way I talk. Nobody talks like me. That's what is the pride of the Black race. Not going back and try to help your enemy lynch you. No, even your enemy is now bowing down. That's how you know which direction to go.
Now, that's a very powerful statement, to say that you're the most intelligent human being next to God. Can you explain that? Can you put that in a way that I can understand it and everybody else can? And then express that mathematically as your proof?
That's what I just showed you. Initial amount minus final amount is 0. That's how everything in the world works. That is the genius. Okay. That's what blew Professor E. Abubakar away. So when I brought in Eta Soben, he was totally knocked out. That's when he jumped up and headed, this brother is going to go through that transformation. Let him watch the GOGUT. That's it. The theorem of everything is what I just said. That's it. Initial amount minus final amount must be 0 exactly. That's the genius.
Here's another question that they threw.
I have questions.
Okay. Let me bring you in. Go ahead.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Professor Oyibo. Am I pronouncing your name
Oyibo.
correctly?
Oyibo.
Oyibo.
Yes.
Well, it's a pleasure to finally meet you and see you. I want to first commend you for all the work and accomplishments that you have done through your mathematician brilliance. First of all, let me ask, what year was it that you received this recognition?
In terms of the revelation,
What year was when you receive your recognition, when you receive your degrees, everything that it is that we have listened in reference to the people acknowledging you as a mathematician, the greatest mathematician among us at this present time of eternity? What year did you receive that?
okay, again, let me put it in a way that I can give you an answer. And that is, when you say degrees and all this, what do you mean by degrees? What does that mean?
Okay, so you went through an educational system, right? In order to receive all of this recognition that you have, an acknowledgement of what you're capable of doing, right? Either you taught it or somebody taught you and gave you a degree or of some sort in order for you to
That
claim
is
to be the
that is totally that's totally irrelevant with the formula that is in front of you.
no, it's relevant to the question that I'm getting ready to ask you.
Which we go to your question straight.
Okay, so in 2021, and I recognize that mathematicians utilize their abilities basically for some type of financial or business or governmental engineering or social science issues in a larger perspective. How are you utilizing what you have today among us today for us today?
Okay, now that question is turning out to give an indication of a goal, of productivity, a goal of healing, a goal of righteousness. How am I using this to save the world? That's part of that is what I'm doing right now. How am I doing? The first thing is that I just gave you that assignment. That's also for you, ma'am.
Assignment.
Assignment that I gave before. You got up in the morning tomorrow, make sure you get hold of your pad, and whatever amount of money is in your pocket, write it down as the initial amount, write the exact amount. Now, maybe you don't have a lot of cash, you may have to go to the bank, or you use your credit card. Either way, make a note of what is your initial amount. And then as you go during the day, you would, as you spend the money, you write yourself a receipt. And then every expenditure will have a receipt with the exact amount. And then when you get back home, you will compute the final amount, which is equal to the total money on the receipts plus the remaining cash. So when you've done that, your help or your return back on track of your real calling from God begins when you subtract initial amount, IA. You subtract out of that, you subtract the final amount. If you get zero exactly, then you've started your journey back on track. That is how the journey in terms of getting the whole black race back on track began. because I'm very stern. I'm stern because we've gone through a lot of nonsense over the last 2,500 years. And that's why I started my presentation by clarifying certain things. The black race is the chosen race, not just by mere words. This equation is what proves that infallibly. And that is why Göttingen, you got to understand what Göttingen represents. Göttingen represents, see, in other words, it's very painful and very slow, but humanity is coming back together because it's the God order, and that God order is Gij, comma, j equal to 0. The biggest proof from the non-black side is Göttingen. That's an act of God. Germans never want to be second to anyone. They faced the whole world in 2 major recent world wars. They're extremely confident people. Very confident. They had a Berlin conference where, out of miscalculation and wrong data, what began in England in terms of eugenics was something that is based on an erroneous eugenics theory that the British royalty are example of human success, and by extension to other European royalties. So when they want to estimate intelligence, they will use the royalties as a symbol of intelligence. That became a factor in determining IQ. That is what is called eugenics. They did not consult with the real original people, the black people. And so, by the time you start reading about Stanford Binet being a factor in IQ test and so on and so forth, it has already gone convoluted. As a result, the world was in confusion. IQs were measured with this wrong eugenics theory, which in effect multiplies the real IQ by a factor of 0.6 or 3/5. That's what made an erroneous computation of black intelligence, which is also called the European bias. The one that does not see genius in black people at all. So when GOGUT came out and busted everything, all that trash was busted and thrown in the garbage can and the toilet bowls. That's what it did. So Germany took a note. They sat back. They were alerting the whole world. There's something called DESI, Deutsche Elektronensynchrotron. They called the American government, alerted Stanford when GOGUT was coming around. They got GOGUT books and they saturated their population to start studying GOGUT. They alerted the government and said, gee, something's happening on your territory. You're probably not aware. The Germans in England, I'm sorry, in Germany knew what was going on as this was being revealed. So, sure, before you know it, Stanford listened and they set up very quickly set up the high energy physics universities in the world. They put GOGUT, 5 pictures of technology, right in right away. Most people had not heard about the 5 pictures of technology already before then. They made it as one of the top lists there, high energy physics institutions. And Germany, I mean, you understand me? They were buying the GOGUT books and distributing from Göttingen University to their citizens. They don't even require them to make any payments. They say, we will bill you later, but meanwhile, start studying GOGUT. That's what was happening. So, therefore, during that point, and I had a story that I tell him about. In 1989, my family, basically, I wouldn't say but it was splitting. I was really compelled to go and sit down and watch television news. I'd given up on television news because, for a long time, because I never saw any news on Black people that was honest. So my family came to me and said, Gia, you can't go on like this. You must watch some news, 1989. And I said, oh, yeah, I don't see any news. They said, all right, how about you try the PBS News? And it was coming out of Boston. And they said, well, look, you know why I don't watch, because I don't call it news. There's nothing truthful about Black people, the so-called news. And then they say, well, there's a Hunter. Yes, Hunter Galt. Yes, Hunter Galt. Yes, Charlene. Yes, she was. So I said, all right, okay, I watch. And sure enough, they began showing the news, and then here was on the floor a Black woman, and there were 6 European American cops, very big and massive, and she was just down there, and they were kicking her. You understand? Mm-hmm. They were kicking her in every direction. To say I was horrified was an understatement. Most of you who have not, you for sake of self-preservation, as our folks will say, you disengage from too much emotions. You will just play light. I couldn't do it. It was too horrifying to me. I broke down and I cried. So when I recovered, I began calling the brothers that I knew, that included Professor Len Jeffries, James Small, Professor James Small, and Professor Edward Scobie. And I asked each and every one of them, have you seen what I just saw? And sure enough, yes, everybody said. I said, well, how do you feel? And it was something like I expected. Everybody was in shock. And eventually, so I said, well, I'd like to see all of you during this weekend. And Brother Professor Jeffrey said, yes, you can use my office at City College for the meeting. So we gathered, and I told them, I cried as a Black man. But let me tell you something that you may have forgotten. when a black man cries, it's a curse to the reason for the black man crying, because the black man is the baddest man ever created. The black man tamed the tiger and the lion and everything else that's called a beast. It's extremely hard for a black man to cry. So I explained that off the bat. I say, well, in case you all have forgotten, a black man never cries. But when the black man cries, it's a curse to the cause of the crying. And the curse of the crying was, I saw my mother and the sister that was laying down and being kicked in the behinds. I saw my sister, and I saw my daughter. And in Gagotia, you never expect to see anything like that. It's just not possible to see any horror like that. So, hey, I'm not saying we're perfect creatures, but we know at one law that you don't touch a black woman. And if a person that got caught up in that situation, like I said, you understand me? Growing up, I never said anything like that. But if it should ever happen, and the man in the family where that occurred was unable to take care of business, he will commit suicide. That's why I cried. It's suicide. But in any case, that crying, the tears that came out of my ears, deliver a curse to the source, and that source is morality of Jim Crow that don't know any better. So Professor Edward Scobie said, you could use my house and the address as the address of the organization that we're going to be setting up. And that organization is called OFAPET, which eventually became the home of the revelation. I had no idea the revelation was only a few months. This was in the fall of '89. So the cooperation was unbelievable. Professor Edward Scobie, he was so emotionally tuned in. Yeah, use my address, 400 Park Avenue. Then there was a brother whose ancestors, had the background in Haiti. He says, yeah, I'm a lawyer. I'm going to be a lawyer for the setup. And what we were doing was setting up the home for GOGUT. We had no idea what we were doing. But the symbolism of this sister that was being kicked ushered in that process. It was also God revealed in the coming revelation to me. So, come in January and so on and so forth, yes, the revelation showed up. But we already have OFAPET Institute of Technology, or OFAPET was called then. So, everything was ready. So, the revelation came. Of course, it was already set up. The black people are going to be brought in. The ending of the disrespect of the holiest womb is embedded in this formula already. Gij, J equal to 0. Because Jim Crow knows one thing that he respects. He respects guns. we don't respect guns. We think a gun is supposed to be something you deter bad boys with. Not for killing them, however. You don't want to kill any soul. So, out of this, the actual proof of the validity, the rigorous proof, is what you call eta sub n. So, and out of eta sub n, in other words, within 3 months, I woke up from this pain in my heart watching that horror. Each time I still talk about it, I think about it, it still hurts me. So, but here I'm now, God handed over to me the formula for the most devastating bomb there is. That's eta sub n. Out of eta sub -1 comes the atomic bomb, much bigger than the one created by E = mc². God showed me, and I said, well, that's the bomb. I had already built the supermaneuver warplanes for the Pentagon between 89, I designed that for them, 89 and 92. And the indication that it played a big role in the ending of the Cold War. Apartheid, collapsed because this is the formula. The reason Germany was panicking was to say they were looking for this is an understatement. In addition, the supermaneuver warplane, Germany was in the lead, Göttingen. Okay? The problem they couldn't solve was for supermaneuverability, you need to be able to sweep the warplane, the wing forward. And they had a problem sweeping forward. So they knew that problem very well. In fact, the reports were, shared all over Germany, Hanover, near Göttingen, had those reports. If the Germans had solved that problem in they would have won the war. The solution didn't come until 1989 and 1992. But in the 80s, there were progress that were made where they were able to design a warplane in this country with a sweep forward of 29 degrees. And Grumman Aerospace constructed a model of that plane, or a version of it. X-29 is called. X-29, because the sweep was, but then the plane was very maneuverable. By the time GOGUT came on the scene, we were able to show how you could design a warplane that will sweep forward 63 degrees. More than double 29 degrees. The Russians were aware of that. And along with the formula that they could sense, they surrendered in the Cold War. So the Pentagon knew already that the 3/5 must go in terms of labeling of Black people, because the sister was being terrorized because they slapped the 3/5 on the Black people. So therefore, GOGUT got the word to the source of that problem. And 7 years later, they will officially remove the 3/5 label and turn it upside down, meaning instead of 5 being the bottom and 3 being on top, 5 went on top and 3 went in the bottom. That's what Brother John was showing you earlier. 5/3, not 3/5. It was an inversion. That's the first message to the world about Black people. In terms of helping, I don't call it helping to wake them up, to stop acting. That was my job, to tell Black people, stop acting like the brother that was talking that nonsense. He's acting. That's not himself. That's what Minister Brown needs to have a good talk with him.
Let me interrupt a little bit just to say that those wings that you designed, the institute, well, one of the persons who worked on that, who knew about that very in depth, wrote a letter to the Nobel Prize committee that was formed to select Professor Oyibo for the Nobel Prize. And that letter is in there. And it was, off the top of my head, it's on my tongue, but I can't think of the institute that he was from. What was the institute that he was from? And he described how you were able to take a two-dimensional form and turn it into a three-dimensional form, which resulted in developing that plane. Can you talk about that? Because the letter is in the files that went to advising the Nobel Prize committee to select you for the Nobel Prize. Can you talk about that for a moment?
Right. John, just hold on. John, come on down. I hope John is able to pick up that piece of information. Thank you, Minister Brown. And I hope the sister is paying attention. I may have gone off a little bit because she asked me how is that being used for our people. The first piece is to tell the world no more acting for the Black people. They're not going to be themselves because God has ordered them to be themselves. That's the first bring up Professor Librescu's page up. I mean the letter, because Minister Brown wants to find out what institute was associated with.
What I'd like to add, most of our people think that, well, if Professor Oyibo has a formula that can do all this, why isn't he using it to create the ultimate weapon for Black folks so they can just kill all these white folks? F them, get rid of them, let's destroy them, give it to Africa, get it for them. I was with you when we were there and trying to talk, but the Africans in Africa are just like the African Americans, to a degree, not all of them, but so many of them brainwashed.
Well,
go ahead, Professor, explain.
Sister Moje, is that her name?
Yes.
Okay. Moje. Okay. Sister Moje, I just want to make sure that your questions are thoroughly answered.
Well, I did want to follow up, but you are.
Yeah, no, you should follow up. Get what's out on your mind. But if you don't mind, I like to just provide what Minister Brown was talking about in terms of the data from Professor Librescu.
Yes, I want to see it. Okay.
But and he made a comment because and his speaking was on his mind. And many of us, when he give us an opportunity, will say, can you show flash his picture first? If you can. Okay. Yeah. And I have to tell you that Professor Librescu is who he was talking about. I'm going to, hope we can be sure.
Wasn't he killed?
Can you see? Can you see that? Can you see his picture?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's him, a Professor Gabriel Librescu, a genius. Okay. And a Holocaust survivor himself, not his parents. He was picked up at 10 years old in Bucharest, Romania. And they've taken his father already and so on. So they took him, they conscripted the father and all. And the next thing, at 10 years old, he was on the concentration camp. Okay, so he survived that. And then, did the studies in aeronautics and mathematics and so on. And, he got into airplane, designs and so on and so forth. And the president, during the time he was rising and all that, being recognized as a national figure in mathematical sciences, particularly aeronautics, the president decided to design a plane, a warplane. And Professor Librescu advised him against producing. When they showed him the design, he told them, no, that plane is not going to be a good plane. It's not going to fly. And, being a Jewish person and younger and all that, they ignored his recommendation. So they went ahead and produced the airplane. And of course, as he predicted, they tried to fly it and it crashed. And the president felt so offended in terms of how could a young person advise him, and after ignored it and saw the consequences. So they restricted him from movement within Romania because they were afraid he was going to tell this embarrassing story. Gabriel Librescu. Anyway, it wasn't until Began came he rose through the ranks and became a national figure. But this information was prohibited. They couldn't talk about this embarrassment that is symbolized. But Menachem Begin became president of Israel. He had to go all the way to Romania to sit down with the president over there and convince the president of Romania to allow him to move on to Israel. So, as a matter of fact, the story I heard, he actually flew in the presidential plane from Romania right on to Tel Aviv. And then he was a professor already in Romania, but eventually they gave him a title of, they absorbed him in the Tel Aviv University. It was while he was at Tel Aviv University that he had read my work, and wrote me a letter, and introducing himself and lavishing all kinds of praises that I didn't necessarily think I deserved. It was just overwhelming to me, and he sent me some pages of his book that he's written in the process and so on and so forth. So his next dynamics was to make sure I come and see him in Israel. They sent a delegate here to come and see him because during that time, I could not get out of here myself because of the work with the Pentagon and so on. And so it was not easy. I could go places that I was authorized to, but it wasn't easy for me to get to honor the invitation. They were giving me so many of them invitation to come to Israel, and I wasn't able to. So in 1985, the government, the United States government, not only allowed me, but allowed NASA and a few others to go into a very important conference in Germany, in Aachen, Germany. And the Israeli people were watching the names of people who were going to be attending that conference, and they saw my name, and unbeknown to me, they organized themselves and headed to Germany to meet with me there, because now they knew I was coming to Germany. So they met with me in Germany, in Aachen, Germany. And I didn't know any of them, facial or anything like that. And so I had no idea anybody. I gave 3 lectures there. And after my first lecture, the delegation came up, lined up. As I was coming down from the podium after giving my presentation, they were there. And I was very scared. There were no black people there other than myself. It was a large hall. There were 500 people, and I believe I was the only black person. If there was one other black person, he was there just, to listen to the lecture. And so on. So I could barely come out of the podium, and I had no idea who they were. And then they said, Professor Oyibo. And I said, well, hello. Who are you? And they said, well, introduce himself as Professor Lebrescu. That's how I knew it was him. And then he has all these legends, from Israel, Technion, Tel Aviv University, and the Israeli aircraft. They came over and they introduced themselves. And he gave me a very emotional, piece in terms of how he vowed to never come to Germany as a result of the Holocaust, being a victim of the Holocaust. And that he decided to come because he felt it was the only way he could see me. And I felt very emotional myself, just hearing that story. This is the guy. This is the man, Professor Gabriel Lebrescu. So we sat down, we talked, it was unbelievable. So after that meeting, we felt good. Eventually, he came over here to America, to the university he was, while he was writing the letter, is called the top university in this country, Virginia Polytechnic Institute, VPI. It's in Virginia, a top university in engineering and engineering science. And that's where he transferred from Israel, to be a professor there. And he now had attended a few conferences and so on and so forth. I organized a conference in 1995 actually. And he attended in Troy and so on and so forth. So eventually he became overwhelmed with what God did, especially once GOGUT came out. He was overwhelmed, and then that's the background of how he wrote that letter. John, okay, come and put up the letter now. So you all see him, that's Professor. Is a good soul, a dynamite human being. You understand? And when you see the letter and the communications that existed, and before we met in Germany, they sent a guy called Arigur, Arigur. Ari is I understood meant lion in Hebrew. Lion, Arigur. And so he came, to see me here. Okay, yeah, the letter. Okay? And to tell me that they were using the GOGUT work in designing warplanes for Israel. Arigo told me that. And he was from the Israeli aircraft. So, Minister Brown, you have a right of saying yes. Why didn't you use this to build warplanes for Black people? Okay, that is Nova. Okay, Professor Stevens. Okay. You don't have the Nobel? You got the Nobel or President Medal of Science? Which one is this? Okay. It will be there in the first paragraph. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Oh, yeah. This is it. Okay. All right. So can you all see that? Okay. No, first, yeah. Can you see the university?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's Virginia Tech. That's in a form they call it. Virginia Polytechnic Institute. Okay, and State University. That's where he was. And John, I think you better stay here because I have to maneuver this thing. John? Okay. All right. Can you see there, the letter?
Yes.
I would like to express my highest opinion in regard to the scientific work deployed by Professor Gabriel Oyibo and for the results obtained by him during the last 2 decades. His papers addressing the problem of the divergence and flutter of supermaneuverable aircraft wings made of advanced composite material constitute outstanding pieces of work. In these papers published in the best aeronautical journals in the world, Professor Oyibo has developed and used for the first time the concept of affine transformation methodology. Among others, its use was instrumental towards establishing a more encompassing and at the same time more efficient framework for the study of the conditions of the occurrence of aeroelastic catastrophic instability phenomena. A brilliant man.
Go ahead with the letter, please.
Yes, I'm trying to. Yes. Okay. Okay. Moreover, the use of this new concept was essential toward explaining a number of intricate aeroelastic phenomena related to the flutter and divergence of very low aspect ratio wings, on the effect played in this connection by warping restraint combined with effects of elastic coupling induced by the incorporation of the Theorem techniques. These issues have generated important results that have been published by Dr. Oyibo in highly reputable aeronautical journals such as the AIAA. 89 I won a prize from AIAA, American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. It is their journal. That's the whole world knows that, and he's expressing what I've told you before independently himself. And Journal of Aircraft, and have inspired further developments in this area accomplished by recognized research workers from the United States or USA and abroad. John, okay, come and put up the next page. Okay, you can hear from what he's expressing that you are hearing from a man with intelligence. So when I hear the kind of question that was being indicated before, that's embarrassing. That's not Black. The next page. Praise God. The next page.
I hope you wasn't referring to the question that I gave.
No, I won't do that, sister. I was talking about the brother, that Minister Brown was talking about. Okay, okay. But Dr. Oyibo, creative mind, went further to address very complex issues and at the same time unsolved problems of an enormous theoretical and practical importance. Among these, the formulation of the three-dimensional, Minister Brown, here you are.
Yes.
Formulation of the three-dimensional hodograph methodology solved by Dr. Oyibo consists of transforming the full nonlinear potential transonic flow equations from the physical space into an equivalent linear counterpart in the hodograph plane. This methodology that has far-reaching beneficial implications was used by Dr. Oyibo to design a three-dimensional, 3D shock-free wings that operate in transonic flow field, and also to address intricate problems of nonlinear quasi-unsteady transonic aerodynamics. However, Dr. Oyibo went further and developed powerful mathematical tools based on group theory, namely of generic group theory, enabling him to investigate in a unitary way and get solutions for the first time of a number of problems in which famous mathematicians and physicists have dedicated their entire life. Among others, these problems are the exact closed form solutions to the full Navier-Stokes equations, 2, closed form solutions to the turbulence problems in fluid and gas dynamics, 3, solutions for the various forms and hierarchies of the Boltzmann's equations, and 4, the formulation of the unified field theory. These studies have been published by Dr. Oyibo and have appeared in archival literature and also in a monograph describing the mathematical tools that have enabled him to generate these results. I trust that the results obtained by Dr. Oyibo are of utmost importance, and that the powerful mathematical tools developed by him will find many followers from various areas of biomechanics, physics, mathematics, aeronautics. May I heartily congratulate Professor Gabriel Oyibo for all these outstanding scientific accomplishments that will undoubtedly that outstanding scientific accomplishment that will undoubtedly enrich the treasure of the literature in physics, mathematics, and all interactive related fields, and wish him further successes in his creative scientific activities. Sincerely yours, Dr. Livio Librescu, Professor of Engineering Science and Mechanics, Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University, College of Engineering, ESM Department, Blacksburg. That's Professor Librescu.
Now, I would also, because there were several letters nominating Professor Oyibo for the Nobel Prize in science, but the Nobel has never awarded any black man a Nobel Prize in science. Yes, they have given the Nobel Prize in peace, but not in science, because science is the very top intellectual pursuit of white people. They want to keep it as white people, but black people have paved the way for almost all of the infrastructure in the scientific world.
Right.
From building the pyramids, from developing writing,
Right.
Mathematics, all area of science. So one of the fights have been for Black people to understand who they are in terms of, as Professor Oyibo has pointed out, the chosen people, the first people, the people from which all human knowledge has come into the world through the African mind. And what Professor Oyibo has done is that he has really taken the development in math and has not left out, because it was a European like Gauss who made contributions, or Einstein. In fact, he proved that Einstein's equation was true through another group theory development, which comes out of GOGUT. So he gives you a history of the scientific contributions, that if you're going to go into science, you have to know all this. Just because the people might be white, you don't disregard them because you're not being honest. And we are trying to look at how do you bring the world together, how you save this planet.
Right.
And that is one of Professor Oyibo's main objectives. So when people ask me, well, what has he done that will bring Black people to freedom?
Absolutely.
But we live in a world with all minds and all people. And, some of the most important mathematicians have recognized his work as the key to bringing about saving the planet and so forth. So, yeah, white folks need to be spanked. They got to be spanked. And we can spank them. And we will, and there are different ways of doing it.
Okay.
But because we recognize that we are one with creation.
Right.
We breathe out, and the plants and everything of the plant dimension breathes in.
That's right.
There's a symbiotic relationship that's going on.
Yeah.
We are one with the universe. We're one with God. Now that we understand what we're talking about when we say God.
Okay.
And when we live my art, we remove the ego and allow the divine to speak through us.
Right.
And that is what is happening with Professor Oyibo. The universe speaks through him. Just as I often say, Mama Lioness, I like you because I hear the universe speaking through you. So it's not about killing everybody. And even though, we're mad enough to do it, but it's not, we can't make life.
Absolutely.
So we shouldn't be about taking it and destroying it. But Professor, you and I have had these conversations all the time. Maybe you would explain that yourself.
I want to. You're right, Minister Brown, and we've gone into this discussion every time because a human system responds to things, especially a horror that lasted for 2,500 years. You can understand how people feel.
Hold on a minute, John. Can we see Professor again? Yeah. I like looking at him. I want the world to see him.
John, come on, help. Minister Brown says, put me on. Okay, but I just want to make a point before we leave this picture here. Now, in other words, the recommendation he's giving here is bordering on, see, when he says famous mathematicians and physicists have dedicated their entire life. One of the principal persons he's talking about is his own fellow Jewish person, Albert Einstein. So, do you understand me? when Einstein was unable to finish the search for the unified field theory, it was a hope as a natural dynamics for Jewish people to say, yes, we like our own son to finish that job, so it stays Jewish. Okay?
Very important. One of the persons who worked with Albert Einstein also wrote a letter recommending that Professor Oyibo be given the Nobel Prize for his work in solving the equation for the equation for the unified field theory. And she mentioned that Einstein would have been thrilled that Professor Oyibo had completed his work. John, are you putting that letter up now?
Can't you see it?
Resilia, I see it.
Okay. And just flash the name so the comfortable is Lucians. Okay, just flash down there quickly so they know who.
Yeah, and this is very important. What we're trying to do is to remove, lift the ghetto mind.
Yes.
Because
can you see that?
Yeah, Edith H.
Lucians.
Lucian, professor of mathematics and adjunct professor of cognitive studies.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
So you can just go down to where she.
Yes. The Jewish people. In other words, they were very supportive in the beginning and so on, but there's some kind of polarization going on right now that needs to be curbed because it's not helping anyone. So that's a letter written by this professor that Minister Brown was just talking about, Professor Lucians. Okay, and you're going to, was an aide to Albert Einstein and so on and so forth. And he put in a very light way, but here is her story. Professor Oyibo was at Cambridge, as a matter of fact, Cantab. That's for those of you who are familiar with the English system, that's Cambridge. Okay, that's Cambridge. In care of Professor Oyibo Cantab. Okay, I mean, he got PhD degrees from Cambridge University. I'm delighted to write to support your nomination of Dr. Gabriel Oyibo for Nobel Prize in Physics. My acquaintance with Gabriel Oyibo began in the late 70s when he was a graduate student at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. He took a complex variable course that I taught and received a grade of A. In this class of talented students, he was outstanding for his creativity, as evidenced by his innovative solutions and his discovery and exploration of unexpected interdisciplinary relationships and applications. These features continue to be characteristic of his career activities. Of the thousands of students I have encountered in decades of teaching, he was clearly the most creative. At RPI, he worked for 4 years in NASA, AFOSR, that is Air Force Office of Scientific Research, sponsored research, and very effectively taught several courses. It was easy for faculty members to predict that Dr. Oyibo would have an illustrious scientific career. We could not have predicted the extent and depth of the many significant contributions he has made to mathematical physics, mathematics, fluid dynamics, aeronautics. And by the way, she will be considered a academic granddaughter of David Hilbert. Okay, that's who we're dealing with. That's this woman, David Hilbert, that was on that Göttingen list, a legend that produced 69 PhDs in mathematics. One of those 69 was Courant. Courant was a graduate advisor for Professor Edith Lucians. Okay, that's who is writing this letter. Okay. Number 1, or dot 1, it says, he introduced the concept of affine transformation into the fields of aeronautics and aeroelasticity, which is of theoretical importance to researchers and of practical importance to aircraft and aerospace companies around the world. He serves as a consultant to half a dozen such companies. And when I'm not consulting directly, like the Israeli aircraft, they use my work and they send people in to come and consult with me, all the way from Israel to America. Okay, that's Ari Ger. He may still be alive. He developed a new holograph technique for determining two-dimensional steady flow and three-dimensional flow, yielding a new analytical and wing design tool. He developed a new group theory methods in mathematics and applied them to obtain exact closed form solutions of the full Navier-Stokes equations and the Reynolds average equations for turbulence equations that had previously resisted such solutions. He compiled the findings and published them in a research monograph, New Group Theory for Mathematical Physics, Gas Dynamics, and Turbulence. Using the newly developed group theory methods, he generalized and formulated the unified field theory described in his article, and more fully, excuse me, okay, that's the end, it looks like, okay.
No.
More fully formulated, using the new developed group theory methods, he generalized and formulated the unified field theory described in his article, and more fully in his recent book, Grand Unified Theorem. John?
Why John is coming?
Yes.
I mean, any fool can see that you are dealing with the top minds on the planet, and they're giving Professor Oyibo the credit for having all kinds of breakthroughs in mathematical and applied science, and that he is not plugging in his formula to meet something. No, his formula is solving problems that nobody else could solve and has solved. And they agree. I mean, it's laughable. It's absolutely laughable. So we've got to get our mind out of the ghetto and realize that the Creator has given us the tool to lead the world. Everybody needs to be behind the work of Professor Oyibo and what he's doing. And that would change minds. First of all, it would change our minds about ourselves and about what the Creator has given us. And second, it would change the world's image about Black people and who they are. And they will realize, with our mind, you got to change all this. You can't keep, acting out of Jim Crow in order to save yourselves, in order to save the planet. We got to come together. And you got to realize that Black people are really the leaders in this, and especially Black women. I mean, you got to realize your mother. The world has to change, and it will change when we begin to change ourselves, because we have the power. Okay, Professor Oyibo, I just want to throw that in.
Anything that you can say is very important, Minister Brown, because you have dedicated your life. That tell them, make sure they understand how you left your family here as a result of elder legend. When I give him credit, even you yourself, I really, you think I've gone overboard when I talk about Reverend Dr. Augustus Jones.
Yes.
When he had you and I come into the basement of Bethany Baptist Church and said, "Tell me about GOGUT," and we told him, and the next thing, he ordered the people literally to go up and get Progressive Baptist Convention resolution. And all Reverend Dr. Parker need to know was that we had just braved Reverend Augustus Jones. You understand me?
Yeah. I remember that.
You understand me? I mean, you understand me? The man was blessed. And to tell you the truth, it wasn't too long after that dynamics that he mysteriously transformed on. He was only 71 years old. You understand me? But no, you once you got that okay, as remember the sister there from the black newspaper in Brooklyn before she moved to Amsterdam. No, she was there. The young woman, I can't think of her name. She was there. She watched the reaction of Reverend Dr. Jones, and he got the message, and she ran out and she wrote an article and all that. You understand me? So you have to let them understand that once you saw that vibration, because many people don't really know the details about Reverend Augustus Jones. Do you understand? First of all, he was born in Kentucky. Do you understand? Kentucky is down there along with Mississippi and Alabama and any of these horrible places. Do you understand? Kentucky was that kind of place. That's where he grew up. And his father was a pastor. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
When the man talks, and Reverend King had a lot of respect for him. Do you understand? So when he did that, it was very clear the spirit of Reverend King had engaged GOGUT. When he gave the okay for GOGUT to be brought into the Progressive Baptist Convention. And Reverend, hey, let me not talk too much. If Reverend Dr. Hand was there, he will bear me out.
Is Reverend Hand still here? Reverend Hand, are you still here? Reverend Hand? Reverend Hand.
All right. So anyway,
still here, and I would like to say something before I fall asleep.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Okay. Hey, I was just saying a few things about Reverend Dr. Augustus Jones, and I want you to you understand me?
Professor, can we finish reading this paper before that leaves the minds of some people? Because there's not that much more.
I just want Reverend Hand to be aware. I was just trying. Reverend Hand knows even more than I do. But in any case, so people have made a lot of sacrifices. Is point I'm trying to make. But this is the last part of her letter. It's a professor of mathematics. Okay, at Rensselaer, like I said, her master's thesis advisor was Courant at Courant Institute. Okay, who was a student of David Hilbert. So he comes from a line of recognized mathematicians. Now, this is what she says. The most exciting contributions to me personally is Dr. Oyibo's formulation of Einstein's unified field theory, or the theory of everything. He had presented a lecture, a generalized mathematical proof of Einstein's theory using a new group theory in March 1995 at a symposium he had organized at RPI as a tribute to Professor George Handelman, another legend mathematician. It was published in the proceedings of the symposium that Professor Dr. Oyibo co-edited, having met Albert Einstein and having co-authored reports. That's a very light way of saying he reviewed Einstein's work. Do you all hear me? You read the way he says that? Having co-authored reports about him, one of which was presented at the Handelman Symposium, published in the proceedings. In other words, Professor Edith Luchen, the person writing this letter, has taken Einstein's work. That's what it means here by having co-authored reports about him. That means take his work and graded it. That's what Lutyens did. He saw his writing here. Having met Albert Einstein, having co-authored reports about him, and one of them is published in the GOGUT books. Okay? So I am thrilled, she says, that Gabriel Oyibo was the first to complete the task that intrigued and challenged Einstein and many other luminaries in science. Moreover, he did so in a mathematically elegant manner. That young brother should go and read this. You don't bring ghetto in something that is mathematically elegant. This woman has credentials. Professor Oyibo's contributions are extremely important, both theoretically and practically. They place him in the ranks of world-class scientists. He is eminently qualified for the Nobel Prize in Physics. Granting of this well-deserved honor to Dr. Oyibo will be celebrated at Rensselaer Polytechnic throughout the academic and scientific worlds. Sincerely, Edith Lutyens, Professor of Mathematics and Adjunct Cognitive Science Emerita. That's who wrote this stuff here.
Again, John, can you put Professor's image back and
okay, John, sorry to interrupt you. Come on now and put me on so I can hear. But Minister Brown, you understand me? I took, God ordered me to take on the whole world. And you saw that, and you have the most beautiful report about it yourself.
Yes. Mama Lioness, go ahead with your question. Reverend Hand,
I thought Dr. Allen had woke up.
Yeah, he is. Go ahead and ask Professor your question. Reverend Allen is coming.
Oh, okay. On behalf of those that you're calling ghetto mind because they asked a question, if you're putting them in a category of ghettoism, but yet you recognize that we are the chosen people with minds of great brilliance, and you're label them because they're asking a question, what is the mathematical genius of recognizing that your people are asking a question to actually know something and not label you based on what it is that they're seeking to find out? That's one question. The second question, I noticed
let me take you one by one, sister. Let me take it by one by one. John, okay, it looks like this thing is stuck again now because it's not moving. Okay, you said, wait a minute. Okay. All right. You said the people are called ghetto mind. Yes. Let me say, but what I was also saying before that is the following. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is it, right? Set. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I just what I was saying before was that this is part of my job. Okay, in terms of giving therapy to people. My people need therapy, and that's what I give. It's wrong for you to try to use wrong words about me because I'm not at your level at all. So when you talk, you have to understand, one, that when you say something, it must be correct, it must be true, it must be infallible. That's what gives you the power. I can talk because I only talk the truth, infallible truth. That's all that's in my head. So when you are unable to understand me like that, then you're not talking the proper language. Then you have a problem. When you talk, you must take responsibility for what you talk. But if you don't know what you're talking, like somebody trying to find fault with J equal to 0. So that's a ghetto mind, because ghetto is an attack on your life. Somebody told you, and where that was gotten was on any of the boats. See, ghetto is easy to isolate. Ghetto is an acting mode. That's what. Don't get unfairly emotional about it. If somebody has cancer, you tell the person they have cancer. When somebody is acting, you tell them they are acting. Give it up. When you say 2 + 1 = 3 is erroneous. That's ghetto.
Well, 2 + 1 is 3.
Exactly. So
I'm only saying that because you said when you say 2 + 1 equals 3 is ghetto. I understood that what you were saying, but it came out of mistake. Go ahead, Professor.
Okay, no. You said there's an error in 2 + 1 = 3. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
All right. So, in other words, that would be called ghetto. I can't be working so hard, and this is what happens. Let me tell you, sister. Fred Hampton, General Fred Hampton, was destroyed. His life was destroyed. It was through the help of a black man, William O'Neill. I'm not sure of the first name, but O'Neill was his last name. He showed them a drawing, an image of his bedroom. And the bad guys went over there and destroyed his life in front of his wife, pregnant with their only son. That's what ghetto mind does. So you want to hear that? You want to go ahead?
Excuse me. The reason why I brought the attention to the word ghetto, that's something that the Europeans also put a title, a label on. That word that's not even part of our vocabulary of the ancient of days among brilliant minds. I mean, that stuff come from the 17th century. As a matter of fact, it was actually established in the 1500s. And in Venice, not in America, not in Africa, but in Venice. So when we come to the knowledge that we're here to heal one another, I mean, healing comes with a vocabulary that is supposed to be uplifting, not downgrading. I mean, especially if we're going to use the same vocabulary that our enemies have actually used to have a labelization of something that is degradable. Our minds are brilliant. And when we address them, we can say it from a brilliant perspective of reminding them of who they are, what they are, instead of utilizing the vocabulary of our enemies.
All right. Sister, what I'm also saying applies to you. You see, you have to know who I am also.
No, see, this is the problem I'm having sitting here for 3 hours.
You gotta know Yes.
listening.
You gotta
It
know who
sounds
you
like
gotta know.
I've already given you a salute of what you have accomplished. But now, in this present time of eternity, where we're dealing with poverty, political injustice, religious indoctrination, gender falsification, healing and information, and systematic racism, and everything else, now they done already commended that your information is good for aerosematics. I mean, things that's dealing with space, things that's dealing with science, things that are dealing with bombs and pentagons and all of this type of thing. We have people that are dying every single day. We are dealing with what they call systematic racism. We're dealing with viruses. We dealing with our people dying every single day. We are dealing with farmers who are black who can't get us fair justice in reference to feeding our people. We are dealing with diseases that is not something that is intellectually nor medically or spiritually nor
Yeah.
religiously a
Yeah.
part of our people.
Okay.
So in
Okay.
all actuality, when you say that you are the closest person right here in the universe to God, you started off recognizing that God has a divine feminine. And me, as a representation of that divine feminine, knows that my people comes first when it comes to establishing justice. My
Okay.
people come first when it comes to healing. My people
Right.
come first when it comes to recognizing what is actually needed more so than an airplane wing. My people need healing. I'm not here to defile what it is that you have done. I recognize what you have
Okay.
done. But you need
Okay.
to recognize that arrogance and pride in everything that you representing right here, right now, is unacceptable. We
Right.
need for our
Okay.
people to be
Okay.
healed from a perspective that is going to be a realistic and
Okay.
effective. We are here to
Okay.
uproot injustice, to overthrow hypocrisy, to cast
Uh,
out religious dogmas, and to plant and to rebuild the
okay.
spirit of truth, of
Yes.
balance and order and reciprocity. And with that, I'm complete, and I don't want to hear any more of this. Goodbye.
Okay. Minister Brown, I had told you that I wasn't prepared to engage anyone in a debate. So I think you didn't really remember what I told you. I don't want this kind of talk. I talk GIG and Anita of N. So I think you made a very serious mistake by bringing her, to this particular environment.
Let me say this in regard to understanding what I'm saying, because I also said that we have to get beyond the ghetto mind. And I'm using ghetto in a sense that we don't really see the truth. We've been used, it's like being addicted to whiteness and being used by the structure to attack that which can liberate us, and not knowing and understanding what is before us that comes out of GOGUT is to deny the number one instrument that can liberate us as a people. I mean, perhaps it's clear to me because I've spent so much time traveling and hearing um, the opposition attack the work of Professor Oyibo, and most of the opposition really comes from our own people. As we just finished reading and showing that the best mathematical minds on the planet do understand what this equation really means in terms of what it can do. It is primarily our people who are attacking Professor, but if we would switch that around and use this equation to help bring peace and prosperity to all of our people,
Yes.
and at the same time, we would see that we are the most blessed people, and we can change all this. Our young people killing each other hand over fist. But if they knew who they were, they would not be doing that.
All right.
They would be taking their place at the table to change this planet so that we can all live in peace and, in fact, save the planet.
Right.
So, dialogue is good. I'm not mad at people who ask these questions, but at the same time.
No. Yeah. But Mr. Brown, she's not asking questions. She came into this person, and that's what I sensed the very first day I heard her speak. See, in other words, if I operate on that level, GOGUT won't be here today, and she has no clue what GOGUT is. Okay, even after reading this letter, she doesn't know what we're talking about. So she is not right at the point where he can talk constructively. That's the point. And we have 2,500 years soaking this poison. And that poison is what our enemies have counted on to really even go against GOGUT. So what I do is, yes, there's a place for me to engage and give therapy for that kind of situation. But that also depends on where the people are. You understand? Because what she just did is self-explanatory. You understand me? She hasn't done any logic at all. She hasn't done, in other words, she hasn't made a point. She's talking about problems and all that. That's all I've been doing, especially for 31 years already. I've been solving problems. And then she's talking about, problems. I call for helping hand. And so I'm the one solving. I'm the only one solving problems because I'm the only one with the solutions. She doesn't have any clue. She thinks, you come and you say you have something that already means, well, that's only a beginning. But until what you think you have goes through it as a Ben, it's not certified. It's not certified at all. So that's what's happening. But like I said, the image of ghetto simply means you are forced into a situation. Means it's like being a hole. Being a hole, that's what ghetto really means. Where you set up, you pack together, that's like in the ship. The ships that we came over here and anywhere else, or even back home, it was very, very much similar. Where Jim Crow takes over everything you have and force you into confinement. Where you're there together, you have no choice but to go against each other. That's what ghetto means. That's what ghetto really means. So what she just did in terms of running away, so why did she bother coming in? But that's the thing. So there's no logic, in the process. But I represent not just logic, the ultimate logic. The world knows that. Anybody that opens their minds will know that. It's etas of N. She has no clue what the formula is. But a woman like her, that's Professor Lutyens. You saw what we just, I bet she didn't even pay attention at all. So this is not to the contrary in terms of, yes, if she's aware of problems and she wants a solution, why is she running away? Why can't she sit down and learn to be helpful? Just talk, stories. That's not what solves the problem. I solve the most important problems in terms of 3/5, that has been eliminated already. You're no longer 3/5. So you can't act as a 3/5 anymore. That I solved.
Mm-hmm.
It's done.
Correct.
That is my power.
Right.
Ghetto is trying to make claims. I say, well, we're all the same. No. If we're all the same, there will be no pecking order, and God wouldn't exist. I know where I get my power from. It's direct from God. That's not just saying it is a formula. See, I talk to almost, of course, there are few people. Professor Abubakar understands. He understands what I'm talking about. But he has credentials. He's a black man that's very intelligent, but also, even though he lived in a world that was corrupted by Arabs in terms of foreigners, but he gone way past that point. When he was talking, you know he was talking from his soul, and he knows who he is.
Yes.
That's what we're dealing with. That's where we all need to be. Okay? That's
Yeah.
where we all need to. That's why I've been ordered by God to take you all in. Don't go with the illusion. You see, in other words, wherever she is, she thinks it's on my level. A lot of our people do that. No, you're not on my level at all. You don't have an equation. I own all equations in the world. Isn't it, Asaben?
Yeah.
So that is the only thing that talks. So it's not about claim. I never have been one person that tried to borrow credentials. No way. Our credentials come way before me. But if you don't understand, you think that's what was happening when the babies were packed in the boats, or even at homes, back home, and they're naked because Jim Crow has stolen all their belongings. So the baby is there with the mother and the father. They're all naked. They're watching each other. They're hungry. So how could there be respect? Do you understand me? See,
Right.
That's exactly what happened to us. So it requires a lot of time to get back on track. But acknowledging that you are the chosen race is the very great point to get yourself back on track.
Correct.
That's where we are. That's the formula. Study the formula. Don't try to look for excuses why you can't study the formula. Formula is perfect. Professor Yaboka said that. As a black man like the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave order to the whole world about black people. John, perhaps we could show them the Gaussian Senate motion. John, hello. Things have happened, and they want to pretend it hasn't happened. No, that's wrong. You can't do that. Things have already happened. John, hello.
Professor, maybe
This
John is like the rest of us. you done talked us all out. Maybe we need a part 2.
Absolutely. But it's, in other words, there are places to give therapy, and there are places to, you understand, you can't talk and communicate unless you're speaking the same language. Okay, put up the Gaussian Senate motion. Okay, so and that's why I told you, Minister Brown. When she talks, she didn't understand. She's used to where you call and come and you talk. Okay, yeah, you talk whatever you feel like. And then who talks loudest prevails. No, that's wrong. That's not what the business was supposed to be in. That's why I told you that I didn't want to talk to her, because she doesn't understand. She doesn't know where she is. And so there cannot be any communication. Okay? Yeah. So that is what I told you. You know, it's wrong. You know, what's that? Lie. That's all right. Okay. So, you know, everybody needs therapy, you know, but inertia is a very dangerous thing. Inertia tends to make people, you know, feel lazy. And when they're lazy, then they want the easy way out. They want, you know, that's typical of ghetto. You understand, in terms of, yeah, you talk trash and you talk loud. And Professor James Brown said one thing about Barry White, may their souls rest in perfect peace. He said talking loud and saying nothing. Mm-hmm. That's a problem. That's a problem that we have. When I say I'm not at the point where I can talk to somebody for the moment, Minister Brown, you got to pay attention to that, because what she did is exactly what I told you was going to happen. Okay? Mm-hmm. Because she doesn't want to hear the truth. And who benefits is our enemy. Okay? You don't know something, you learn. You're not going to come and mix with somebody that's blessed with information. It's not about talking, it's about solving problems. That's the institution of African International Prize for Science and Technology.
Yes.
Senator Nicholas Yahya Ogbane, Senator Iya Abubakar, Senator Chris Adehiji. Senator Iya Abubakar is the one. Last time, I think John tried to share with him Professor Iya Abubakar. She wasn't impressed. You know, and so therefore that's not what we call rationalism. Whereas evidence abound from monuments and inventions reveal Africans and their descendants as the pioneers and leader of the world's first civilization. Today, it's also evident that they have continued to pioneer inventions in modern era. That's the opening of it. It makes a lot of sense. There's no ghetto there at all. That's a statement of facts.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, whereas eminent African scientists like Benjamin Banneker, a mathematical genius, used the architecture of ancient Egypt as a model to design and build the city of Washington, D.C., the United States capital, Daniel H. Williams III performed the first open heart surgery in modern medicine. Garrison Morgan invented gas masks and traffic light. Rob Sampson also invented the first cellular phones. Are you listening to that?
Yeah.
These folks that transcended ghettoism, okay? They busted ghetto and rose way above ghetto. First cellular phone, which has eventually become the foundation of modern telecommunications industry. Those are black people. Understand? It didn't say, you know, foundation of modern telecommunication industry. That's what it says. Okay? Whereas honor is given to whom honor is due, Nobel Prize is given to any individual that has done great exploits and made important contributions to the development of science, medicine, literature, and world peace each year in Sweden. Whereas in science, eminent personalities, especially from Europe, have won the prize in different categories since the inception of the award. Whereas an accomplished Nigerian ranked among world best scientists, I didn't go there with ghetto mind. Absolutely not. A mathematician and a physicist, my name Professor Gabriel Oyibo, has discovered God Almighty's grand unified theorem. Whereas this theorem can be used to proffer solutions to incurable diseases like AIDS and cancer. Whereas the mathematical equation known as God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, GOGUT, is in his book entitled Grand Unified Theorem. Its geometric solutions are used to provide solutions to unsolved human problems. I think John read this to her the other day. She still didn't pay attention. Okay? And also define concepts of life, the soul, and spirituality, and the representation of God as a creative as well as a unifying force. This is the theory Albert Einstein, the foremost scientist, searched for most of his life to no avail. Whereas Maurice Gell-Mann reduced 100 subatomic particles to 3 classes of subatomic particles, called quarks and leptons, and won the 1969 Nobel Prize in Physics. GOGUT has reduced 118 atomic particles, called elements, to 1 atomic particle, called hydrogen. Whereas GOGUT has been recognized by the American Mathematical Association and the European Mathematical Society, EMS, the equation is capable of solving all mathematical problems. There's only one creature or one human being that is associated with that kind of blessing. Can you see that, Minister Brown?
Yep, I certainly can.
So there's only one Gabriel Oyibo in the world. One. So you come to such a person, you have to come with that understanding. Otherwise, you'll be corrected. That's Professor E. Abubakar, a PhD in mathematics from Cambridge University. He had a lot of respect on the 3 continents, Europe, America, and Gagotia itself. They tried to push a sting operation on him. He whipped their behinds. He came out right on top. That's a genius. He knows who I am. That's all that counts in terms of a representative of my race. Because he's credentialed. He is a brilliant human being. In that way, he's much better than Atiyah. They all went into Cambridge together. He understands GOGUT. Atiyah has only a feeble understanding of GOGUT before it transformed down. Professor Yabok understands it. When he made his decision, he didn't Mickey Mouse around. He said it like it is. And even here, he's put in the conservative Cambridge style because it says he's capable of solving all mathematical problems. Solve all mathematical problems. The eta of infinity is the solution to all problems. Exactly. And what happened in Göttingen is exactly consistent with that. They put a number. How could it be anywhere else other than number 1 when you just capable of solving all mathematical problems? What else is there for the rest of the world to do? If one creature has solved all mathematical problems.
Yes.
This is the therapy, because in the mode of inertia and the fear of having to take the responsibility of being a member of the most intelligent race, that you have to act accordingly. You can't go and act and say you are a special ed material anymore. That's a concern for some people because that's the dynamics of inertia. Inertia says, hey, why go with the change? Because when you change, you have to live a different kind of environment than the one you used to. You understand?
That's correct.
Street life Do you understand me? That's why they sang the song. You don't want to change. And then you give an excuse. You put people on a situation where you make them feel bad and all that because you don't want to change. But you gotta change because the order comes from your creator. That's the bottom line. Whereas Professor Edith Lutyens, a mathematics professor and an aide to Albert Einstein, who was thrilled by Professor Oyibo's formulation as the first to complete the task that intrigued and challenged Einstein and many other luminaries in science, thereby placed him in the ranks of world-class scientists. Whereas distinguished professors such as Cambridge-trained physics professor Joshua Aniwo, you know how many Cambridge professors we've mentioned that have looked into GOGUT? You understand? You understand me? And they have nothing but heavenly things to say about GOGUT. Look what he says here. Praise Professor Professor Oyibo's work as the cleanest, most carefully articulated, most comprehensive, and authentic presentation of a unifying theory of physics that he has ever encountered. That's what people who have a working mind would say and understand what's going on. Whereas Professor George Handelman, former head of mathematics department at Brown University, and Amos Eaton, professor of mathematics, ranked Professor Oyibo among those who made significant contributions to the field. Whereas Professor Oyibo was nominated on 2 consecutive occasions for the Nobel Prize in Physics in view of his practical and theoretical contributions in the world of science. Whereas the Director General of UNESCO, His Excellency Mr. Koichiro Masura, has thrown his weight behind Professor Oyibo's accomplishments in the area of mathematical physics, he has expressed strong desire to involve him in the work of UNESCO, International Center for Theoretical Physics, in Trieste, Italy. This year's celebrations of International Year of Physics by UNESCO. Whereas Professor Fabian Osuji, Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria, at GOGUT Summer Workshop held from 19 to 23 July 2004. New York, USA, remarked Professor Oyibo's third-time nomination last year for the Nobel Prize in Physics as a major recognition of the profound nature of his refreshing contributions to scientific thought. Whereas His Excellency, President and Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, has conveyed the fullness of our excitement and enthusiasm about Professor Oyibo's great exploits in science in his message through the Minister of Education to the juniors. Whereas, for this feat, Professor Gabriel Oyibo has addressed the American Senate.
Mm-hmm. When you're ready, John.
Just 1 second.
Okay. On the dynamics of his theorem, be it resolved. In other words, this is the position of the black people. Anybody that goes against this is working for our enemies. Do you understand, Minister Brown?
Absolutely.
So that's how anybody that goes against this piece here define themselves, no matter how nice they sound. And that is how far people have gone. But my focus, of course, but let me finish this first. Be it resolved that if we want other nations and indeed the world to recognize and appreciate the accomplishments of African geniuses, African nations should, as a matter of urgency, create a mechanism for recognizing and honoring the geniuses and great exploits of our race. That this distinguished Senate do urge the federal government of Nigeria to liaise with other members of the African Union to immediately institute the African National Prize for Science and Technology with a prize money higher than that of the Nobel Prize. That it is necessary and expedient for Nigeria and other African nations to make legislative provisions for the enthronement of African International Prize for Science and Technology. That Professor Gabriel Oyibo be consensus as the first recipient of the maiden edition of the award. That this Senate do congratulate Professor Gabriel Oyibo on his achievements and honor him with an invitation to address this distinguished Senate in the chamber of his God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Now, I'm going to go back to number 2. That this distinguished Senate do urge the federal government of Nigeria to liaise with other members of the African Union to immediately institute the African National Prize for Science and Technology with the prize money higher than that of the Nobel Prize. This is where the most rigorous process of making a decision for a race, for a people. This is what our people, after going through that process, arrived at. A prize for the black person must be higher than the highest prize that is in existence. That's another way of black people, the most credentialed humans, coming together and reaching that conclusion. That is a conclusion I said they've accepted the God order that the black race are the chosen race. Can you say that, Minister Brown?
Yes, of course.
And that's what that sister needs to understand. And she needs a therapy. You're going to give her therapy. When she rises high enough, she's going to come back for therapy. She's going to be all right. The same thing with that brother. And the people who penetrated that destruction on our system that will turn them that way must pay reparation for it. That's Jim Crow, of course.
Right.
It's not her fault what she was just doing. It's not that young man's fault, because they thought the only way they could make a living is to ghettoize themselves. I met young stars, black stars. They're stars, but they're not only hesitant, they don't want to be stars, because Jim Crow told them they are 3/5. That's what Jim Crow must pay for in terms of reparation. They're responsible for that, because that is a dynamics that's supposed to work for them even against GOGUT. But clearly they're wrong. It can't work against GOGUT. I told her the truth. And when she's going to settle and calm down, she will understand what I told her. And the young man, I told you to tell that young man as well. Mm-hmm. The truth is the only power. That's how God does business. That's the way I do business myself. Okay? So, therefore, this is the position for anybody watching and listening, including Jim Crow. This is the position. This is the God order. Professor Abubakar's credential is all we need to show that a decision that involves him, that reaches this level, that says black race are the most intelligent and therefore the chosen race, is gone through the most rigorous process. Therefore, it's final. There's no other way. And this kind of technique is to slow down the process of raising the money. You remember how you were attacked, or you were being sabotaged in the country of Nigeria when the award was being announced? You remember that?
2006.
2006, Minister Brown?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. That's what you hear. You see now, delicate members of our society, they're supposed to be holy one, but holy has to be consistent. Our women are supposed to be the holiest member of the family. But that means they have to live as holy entities. They don't go and borrow unholy language.
Now, Professor,
Yes.
I put up one question that
Okay.
someone just asked, and it says, I get it, but how is he using his brilliance to solve our problems occurring right now? That was part of the sister's point. And with the answer to that question, we're going to close out. But I look forward to looking to having a second piece with you.
Okay. One of the solutions is reparation. Because what needs to be done requires Jim Crow currency. One of the first things that should have been finished after the announcement is the raising of the money. The most prestigious prize, period. So if you knew what was done, because the most rigorous evaluated prize, that's the GOGUT African International Prize. Nothing like it. There's no prize in the world currently that not only is the amount of money, close or about the same, is higher than Nobel Prize. That's a sign we are the best. So Jim Crow doesn't want that happen. That's why you were scheduled to be in a particular place to make the announcement. Thank God you got intelligence report that says, no, if you go there, they're going to attack you. That's what happened in the country of Nigeria. That's what's happening right now. Okay? Because Jim Crow, that's what shows all they've been living on is fraudulent concealment. It's bad that they don't give prize to black people. They don't even want black people to give themselves the prize. Don't you see how desperate that is?
Yep.
That's what's happening. The speaking that you're hearing, all these interruptions are funded by Jim Crow. Tell them to calm down and reason. That's blood money, that's trash. So what am I doing? What am I doing is the reparation needs to be paid, because everybody says they don't have any money. They don't have any money because our monies have been stolen by Jim Crow. And that's the basis. See, they designed a military operation to make sure that when you pour, you're no longer productive. That's the worst part. It's not so much the money that was taken, it's not allowing you to be your productive self. So therefore, when our people say, look, we want to be productive, they say, well, bring money, but you've stolen the money already. So Jim Crow needs to pay the reparation. They need to pay the reparation.
Right.
That's why we can't do anything, because all our monies have been stolen by Jim Crow. And so therefore, that's the first. But in order to get reparation, the cooperation of our people are going to be necessary, because they have to go and say, yes, they want reparation. And the few people who are, bribed with this dirty, blood money would go against such a dynamic. So therefore, the solution is already there in Eta Soban. The Jewish people got reparation when they got East Equal Squared. That's when the Jewish people got reparation. We have the totality, so we're way overdue. That's the point that needs to be presented to Jim Crow. So he could pay the reparation, so that, and that is the beginning of the solutions to the problems. When GOGUT ordered America to surrender the presidency to the black people, they didn't have a choice. But because people were coming with all manner of predictions and say, oh yeah, it was, the stars running that, was responsible and all the other stuff. The second time for a black person to become president, it was foiled, it didn't work out. So you have to get back to understand that GOGUT brought in that, and that you must respect GOGUT. What saves your life must be respected. You can't eat your cake and have it. You can't say, oh, you hate God, and then say, gee, you want God to save you. That's wrong. That means you still need therapy. So you want to focus on reparation, but you must present GOGUT. If you go ahead and say GOGUT is wrong, then you're shutting the door to your reparation, especially if you're making a wrong statement. Do you understand, Minister Brown?
By all means.
That's what is the problem. So what we have to, so she talked to me, but she ran away. That's all anybody can do. And you can run away too. You run away because you can't encounter the most powerful preacher. And it's not a loud talk, it's infallible talk. The one that talks infallible talk prevails forever. That's why God is in charge forever. So that's what we're dealing with. So yes, come on down, learn that the formula is infallible, stay with it, then you get your reparation. And then everything begins to get back to normal. Don't go challenge the equation. You're embarrassing yourself. Unduka trivialized himself when he tried to do that. Do you understand?
Yes, by all means.
All right. So, GOGUT night to all of you. And we have solutions. Their partner is what is missing. Come on down, join, and use that solution to get reparation and other problems. That's what's left.
Brothers, sisters, maybe I should start out with sisters and brothers. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button and hit the like button, and we'll keep you informed on what's happening. I'm telling you, we got a lot of good stuff. Not for entertainment, but for liberation.
Hello?
And if you're about being liberated, then stick with us. Hit the subscribe button and the like button, and we'll keep you informed. God bless. Good night.